And we are live. Hello, hello. Oh, oh. Oh. Sorry, getting caught up on Twitter and doing some other stuff. Alright, let me, I'm still getting caught up on some stuff. Yo, peak update! 20 seconds. But hey, at least it has the release date. It's like next week? I will actually. Oh, still doing a little bit more prep. Some of it's factorial related, yes, yes. I know, I know. It's not factorial related, no. But I'm working on my greasy food because I do think that Itsumi was correct. I do think that it kind of helps. And I'm also not talking so much because I'm trying to preserve the voice. I would really like to finish Bakemonogatari today. Oh, I lost my page! Okay, I found where we were. Oh my god, I forgot to go put the food in. Oh, me. Oh. me go down there. Food in. Let me go get my snack. Oh, okay. Start the timer. Not 41 times. Okay. Go to YouTube chat. Hi, YouTube. $45 out of the 1,800 legendary tungsten that I need. How big is an XCOM 2 save file? In my documents, huh? Talking with Alpha real quick. Okay. I also need music. No, not my music, please. Show playlist history. The Monogatari series. Okay. Suruga Kanburu's home was about 30 minutes away by bike from the front gates of our school. It was also about 30 minutes away on foot if you dashed the whole way. At first, I tried telling Kanburu to get on the back of my bike so we could ride together, but she demurred. It's dangerous for two people to ride on one bicycle, and it's against the law to begin with, she said. Well, I couldn't argue with that, and perhaps she was reluctant because getting on the back meant holding on to me the whole way. In that case, I thought I could push my bike and walk alongside her to leave it at school. But Kanburu told me not to worry about her and to ride. Then what's she gonna do? I wondered, until she told me, like it was the most natural thing, okay, let me show you the way, and dashed off on her 2 feet. This was just as true now as when she stalked me, but for Suruga Kanburu, dashing seemed to be a mode of transportation, just like by foot, bike, car, or train. This seemed unusual to me, even for jocks. Tup, 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 tup. Kanburu's sharp and lively rhythm went as she guided my bike, with the white bandage on her left hand. When we arrived at our destination, her breathing completely unperturbed, she had somehow only worked up a small sweat. It was an impressive Japanese home. I could practically feel the history coming from it. I knew that it must have been her home from the nameplate reading Kanburu on the gate, but the premises had an air of solemnity about them that gave me pause nevertheless. Still, I was going to go inside. I intended on the premises with the same indescribable feeling that overcame me when I visited a shrine or a temple on a school field trip. And after we walked down a hallway that faced a traditional courtyard, bamboo piped fountain and all, I was shown into Kanbaru's room beyond a sliding paper screen door. As I looked around, I wondered how she could have allowed in a senior whom she didn't even know that well. Her futon hadn't been folded up. Her clothes were strewn across the floor, including her underwear. Many books, be it textbooks, novels, or manga, lay open, face down on the floor. A mountain of cardboard boxes that belonged in a warehouse stood in one corner, and worst of all, her trash didn't sit inside a wastebasket but was left carelessly all over the tatami mats, packed into plastic bags from her neighborhood supermarket, or just as is. In fact, the room seemed to lack any container burdened with the quaint notion of holding trash. It should have felt spacious, or at over 200 square feet, but there was nowhere to take even a first step. I apologize for the mess. Suruga Kanburu said this briskly with an innocent smile on her face, her right hand on her chest. Maybe the words were fitting for the occasion, but I'd always thought of them as a modest disclaimer you uttered upon inviting someone into a room that was at least somewhat tidy. What's flooded on top and in blazes on the bottom? Well, actually, oh god, there were even some hygiene products. I reflexively looked down at my feet. If I didn't, I might find plenty of things that would be even worse to see. Self-confidence is a good thing, but being shameless is something else. Suruga Kanbaru. Oh, that applied to Senjogahara too, didn't it? Dot dot dot. True, there wasn't a speck of dust to be found in Senjogahara's room. Still, she'd had a major influence on Kanburu back in middle school, not limited to her personality, and it just seemed to have ruined Kanburu's character, if anything. There's no need to be modest, my hostess urged. You're hesitating to enter the room of a girl you don't know well, which speaks to your delicacy, which I find rather charming, but I don't think this is the time for that. Kanburu. Yes? One moment, everybody.
How long are you guys planning on hanging around me?
Well, always, Mr. Vash.
Thank you for the follow job application. Okay. Sorry, I'm making a table for myself of what characters call each other. Okay. Sorry about that. Convoluted. Yes. Yo, yes? I'm very aware of the fact that this isn't the time for it, but please, I have a request for you. Sure thing, whatever you want. I'm in no place to turn down any from you. Sure thing, whatever you want. I'm in no place to turn down any from you. I just want an hour. No, 30 minutes. Just give me some time to clean this room up. Also, give me a big garbage bag. I didn't see myself as a clean freak. And it wasn't like my room was particularly tidy either, but this was just awful. That's cruel, even. Convertu seemed confused as if she didn't have a clue as to what I was talking about. But that must have also meant that she had no real reason to refuse. With an okay then, she went to get me a garbage bag. Fast forward. Well, actually, the disaster that was Convertu's room wasn't, of course, something that could be rectified in 30 short minutes. Not to mention that at the end of the day, this was the room of a girl I didn't know that well. Which meant that while I could grab some things, there were others that I couldn't touch for ethical and moral reasons. So pretty much all I did was gather up the scattered trash and tidy up our books and magazines, or so I say, but with no bookshelves in Convertu's room, I simply stacked them up according to size. It was a half-hearted attempt, like sweeping circle in her square room, but even so, once I folded up her futon and stored it in her closet and folded up her clothes and put them in a corner — she didn't have hangers, let alone a dresser — the sight became bearable, or at least there was enough space for Kambaru and I to sit facing each other and talk. Incredible, Araragi-senpai. Oh, my Araragi-senpai. So that's the color of my floor mats. I wonder how many years it's been since I last glimpsed them. You're counting in years. Dots. I'm grateful. Dots. Once this is settled, let's take a full day. No. I'll even stay over to spend multiple days cleaning up this room. Next time I'll bring a full set of serious cleaning supplies like liquid cleaner and spot remover, okay? Sorry for making you fuss over me. Basketball is about the only thing I'm good at, and cleaning up or tidying up or finishing up, or whatever it's called, isn't my forte. Dots. She was wearing such a broad, self-assured smile that I didn't know what to say. During those 30 minutes, she'd stood idle and absent-minded in the hallway, and shown no signs of helping out. I didn't think she was lazy or slovenly, only really that inept at tidying up her room. But still, though it was none of my business, the sight had been one to hide at all costs. To be withheld, absolutely, from the eyes of students at our school who considered her a star. She hadn't invited any of her classmates here. Had she? Friends were one thing, but if she invited one of her club juniors, she ran the risk of traumatizing them. Among the many things I'd stuffed into the garbage bag were crushed soda cans, candy wrappers, and empty instant noodle cups. What was an athlete on the national level eating and drinking that stuff? I knew that a quirk or two could actually cause a celebrity to be more likable, but this was going too far no matter how you looked at it. Try as you might, you wouldn't find such a character adorable. Dots. Okay, then. It was tomorrow. The day after Friday, in other words. Saturday. While most of society has taken the long 2-day weekend for granted, now at Suhai, the private prep school of note that we attend, regularly holds classes even on Saturdays. Even after tomorrow turned to today, not having arrived at any kind of conclusion, I used the break between first and second periods to head to the building for second years. I was going to be talking to a famous star, so there was no need for me to look up her class. Class 2-2, while the other kids were abuzz that a third year had visited them, a familiar yet fresh feeling for someone like me who no longer had senpai. Kanbaru, being Suruga Kanbaru, walked up to me with a majestic gait as I waited in the hallway. Hello there, Araragi-senpai. Hey, Kanbaru. There's something I need to talk to you about. Sorry, I was making sure that he does just call it Kanbaru. I see. In that case, Kanbaru replied, no questions asked, as if everything had been worked out in advance. Please come with me to my home after school. And? Dash. There I was at her home, the Japanese mansion. There was no need to go all the way there if all we were going to do was talk. We could have done so in an empty classroom, on the roof, on the athletic grounds, or even at a nearby fast food restaurant if we had to do it off campus. And I'd told her as much, but Kanbaru seemed to want to do it at her home for a reason. If she had a reason, I'd oblige. I wasn't going to ask. So, she said, where should we begin? Of course, as you can tell, I'm not much of a conversationalist, so I'm not sure how this happened, how this is supposed to go, but first things first. Kanbaru recrossed her legs and bowed her head. I'd like to apologize for what happened last night. Yeah, Dots. I'd recovered in a day's time, though I might have felt some lingering pain in my stomach, which I rubbed for a moment before nodding. So that was you after all. The raincoat, rubber gloves, rubber boots. They had been among the clothes that I'd just finished putting away. Needless to say. After all, huh? Kanbaru echoed me. I don't know how to feel sometimes when I hear you speak. You're so humble. You saw straight through it, didn't you? You wouldn't have come to me otherwise. Not really. I was just guessing. Based on your build, your outline, your silhouette, that kind of thing, I added filters, like people who were aware that I was paying Senjukahara a visit for a study session and ran a search, so to speak. Dots. And if I went to you and I was wrong, I'd just be wrong. It's not like there would be an issue. I see. How astute of you. Kambaru sounded genuinely impressed. I've heard that some boys can identify a girl by the shape of her hips. Was that it? Not even close! How could I when she was wearing a raincoat? I apologize, I hadn't meant to do that. Kambaru bowed her head again. To me, she seemed insincere. But if she hadn't meant to, then what had she been up to? It was clearly an attempt on my, or was that not the case either? Well, I said, apologies are great, but what I wanted to hear was your reason. Actually, we can put aside the reason. For reason. It wasn't that I had no clue. I wasn't going out of my way to say it now, but it was the very bit, the hint that pointed to Raincoat being none other than Kambaru. But in any case, that power, that abnormal power, aberration. It crumpled my bike like paper. It demolished a concrete block wall with a single strike. It took a human and... That's what I want to ask about, I continued. What exactly did you... Dots. I was wondering where to begin, but that would be where. I suppose... Fine. Dot. But first, I'd like to ask you for the type of person who can accept the absurd. The absurd? That must have meant, oh. Alright, of course. Kambaru didn't know about my body. About my once immortal body. Well, she had dealt me significant damage the night before. I didn't heal so quickly you could see it taking place. So of course she didn't know. Thus, her preface. But wait, no. Even if Kambaru didn't know about me, she knew about Senjukahara. Having learned her absurd secret before me, and, as her boyfriend, I had to know the absurd secret. In Kambaru's mind, in other words. Maybe she was sounding me out at that very moment. Did that not make sense, she asked me? My question is whether or not you're able to believe what you see with your own eyes. I only believe what I see with my own eyes, which is why I've believed everything I've seen. Naturally, that goes for Senjukahara too. Dots. Oh, so you even figured that out. Without a hint of guilt or shame at my remark, however, Kambaru continued. But I don't want you to get the wrong idea. It's not like I've been following you around recently because I want to learn more about her. Huh? You weren't? I've been completely convinced of that. She was trying to confirm the rumor that Koyomi Araragi and Hitagi Senjukahara were going out. Dash. Wasn't she? And then, when she heard that I was going to Senjukahara's home for a one-on-one study session, she felt certain, didn't she? Well, I was probably right about that. My read wasn't mistaken, but was there a separate reason for the stalking? You and Senjukahara were called the Valhara duo. Varuhara. Oh, it's complicated. As the basketball star and the track star, I've come to understand. Yes, exactly. I'm impressed you know that much. I underestimated you. I thought I'd praised you as much as I could, but it looks like I still fell short. I could never measure your greatness with my own piddling values. The more I get to know you, the further away you feel. Dots. Someone told me, that's all. Despite all her flowery praise, she wasn't coming across as a sycophant or a brown-noser to me, which in a way made her a work of art. How it was derived, too, I added. It's a really well thought out moniker. Isn't it? I came up with it myself. Kambaru puffed her chest out with pride. Dots. She'd thought of it herself. I hadn't felt so heartsick in a while. Dots. I thought about it for the longest time before coming up with that one. By the way, I also came up with a personal nickname for myself. Real Suruga can do. Can do Kanbaru. But that one didn't stick, unfortunately. I'm feeling very disappointed, too. Oh, so you sympathize? Yes, on account of your poor sensibility. You're such a compassionate senpai. Of course, now that I say it out loud, it was a little long to use as a nickname. I can see why it never caught on. If you're gonna post-game it that was the least of your errors. Kanbaru seemed to have been surrounded by wonderful people in middle school, including Senjukahara back in those days, Dots. Anyways, yes, she said, putting aside the Valhalla duo, perhaps I'll only annoy you by spelling things out considering how perceptive you are. But in middle school, Senjukahara and I were, no. Before I go into that, there's something I want to show you. That's why I asked you to spare some of your valuable time to trek all the way here. You want to show me something? Oh, I get it. That something was at home, and that's why we couldn't talk at school or just anywhere. No, that's not it. It'd stand out at school, and maybe you could say I was afraid of people seeing it. I'd prefer it if no one else did. Saying so, Kambudu began to unwind the white bandage on her left hand. She undid the clasp, holding it wrapped around her arm, and methodically, starting with her fingers, it came back to me, the night before. It had destroyed my bike, smashed through the concrete wall, and ruptured my organs. It had been the doing of a left hand balled into a fist. Be honest, I don't really want people seeing this. After all, I'm a girl. She unwound the entire bandage and rolled up the sleeve of her uniform. What I saw there was Kambudu's girlish, slender, soft-looking upper arm, and connected to it from the elbow down, a bony left hand covered in thick black hair you'd expect to see on a wild beast. It had peeked through the holes worn through the rubber glove. The scent of a beast. Well, this is how it is. Dots. Could it have been an odd-looking glove or a hand puppet? No, clearly not. It was far too long and thin. And anyway, apart from how it looked, I had witnessed something similar, though not quite the same, for certain, over Golden Week, so I knew. That it was nothing but an aberration. An aberration. I called it a wild beast. But I'd be hard pressed to say what kind. It felt like it could be any animal, but also like no animal in existence. While it looked like everything, it seemed to belong to nothing. But if I had to say, given the 5 reasonably long fingers and the shape of the nails extending past them, only if I had to say. Although I don't think it's a very appropriate way to describe a girl's body part. A monkey's paw. Those were my words. It looks like a monkey's paw. An ape, as in the general term to describe any non-human primate. Huh. For some reason, Kambudu was looking at me with admiration. Then she smacked her knee and said, I knew it. It is impossible, after all, to measure just how discerning those eyes of yours are. I'm stunned. It's like they work in a completely different way. You were able to figure out what it is at a single glance. I'm simply amazed. There's no comparing the knowledge you possess to the resources of a plebeian mind like mine. That must mean there's no need for me to explain anything else. Hey, don't feel convinced all on your own. No way I could let her stop explaining now. She might as well have hung me out to dry. I told her, I just said the first thing that came to mind. I haven't discerned a thing. Really? That's the title of a short story by William Wymark Jacobs, The Monkey's Paw. The theme of the monkey's paw has been used so many times in all kinds of media that it's been spun off into different patterns. Never heard of it, I confessed. Oh, Kambudu said. That you would utter the truth without knowing makes me wonder if you enjoy some celestial being's blessing initiating the essence. No logic required. Well, my intuition does enjoy a little bit of a reputation. I knew it, and I'm proud of myself. I'm nowhere on your level, of course, but to the extent that I laid store in you, my intuition was spot on. Oh, really, Dots? If you asked me, her sights were misaligned. I said, looking at Kambudu's left hand again. A beast's hand. A monkey's paw. Can I touch it? Yep, it's fine, for now. Oh. Dots. With her permission, I brought my hand close to her wrist and touched it gently. Timidly. Fearfully. The texture, the flesh, the heat, the pulse. It was alive. So this aberration was a living aberration after all. So even Suruga Kambudu, who had no issue with me seeing a room in that state, did mind showing people this left arm of hers. What she'd said about spraining it while doing solo workouts was nothing more than talk. The bandage wasn't to protect her injury, but a way to hide her arm. Dots. And yes, I'd found it a little strange that she didn't disfavor the left side of her body despite the sprain. But I guess it's not very convincing of me to say that after the fact. Then again, it made sense she wasn't able to play basketball with that left hand. Without thinking, squeeze, I tightened my hand around her wrist. No, she moaned. Stop with that weird voice. Without thinking, I let go. But you were touching me in a weird way, she objected. I wasn't touching you in any weird way. I'm ticklish. Okay, but that's no reason for you to moan in a way that contradicts your character so far. Dots. When I thought about it, Senjuga had pulled the same trick a few times. It had to be a diametrically opposite way from her current self, but if Kambudu had it down too, then Senjuga repertoire included it since middle school. Kambudu, just in case you've forgotten, this is your home and your room, okay? What do you think is going to happen if your parents heard you moaning like that? Oh, that's okay, she replied jovially. You don't need to worry about them at all. That's fine, then. Huh? Why was she saying like that, like she didn't want me to bring up the topic? Like she was openly refusing to pursue it any further. While her tone was as upbeat as ever, it really did seem out of character. So anyway, Company rushed to get us back on track, opening and closing her left hand. As you can see, it moves like I want it to right now. But there are also times when it won't. No, I guess you might say there are times it moves like I don't want it to. Like you don't want it to? Want or hope? What's the right word? It's hard to say. I guess it would be when I'm trying to explain something that I don't understand very well myself. However, it was me who attacked you last night. It was definitely me. Yet, I barely remember a thing. It was like a waking dream or maybe a reverie. It's not like I don't remember anything at all, but it felt like I was watching something on television, like I couldn't step in. A trance, I interrupted her explanation. You were in a trance, that's what it's called. I know all about it. Aberrations that possess humans come in and have their way with your mind and body. That wasn't the case with me, but it was in Hanekawa's. The occurrence with Tsubasa Hanekawa's cat. That's why she remembered practically nothing about what happened over Golden Week, when she came into contact with an aberration. As a case, this one seemed close. There had been a similar type of phenomenon where Hanekawa's body transformed, too. You know a lot, Kamadu admired, so that's what this is called. An aberration. I'm not particularly well informed, though. It's just that I've had a lot of experiences with them lately for whatever reason. And there's someone who is well informed about them. Oshino. This was right up his alley. It was Oshino's domain that I met. Okay, well, I'm fortunate. You're so broad-minded. We wouldn't be able to talk if you ran away like the moment I showed you this arm, and I would feel hurt. More than a little. Luckily, you see, I've gotten used to dealing with the absurd, so don't worry. The absurd, meaning Senju Gahara too, of course. At this rate, I should tell her later about how I got involved with an aberration myself and temporarily turned into a vampire. From an accountability standpoint, maybe I needed to tell her now, but there was still too many unknowns about the aberration that was Kambadu's left hand for that. Still, I was a little surprised I shared. You made me hiccup, as my 5th grade friend would say. But since you've started with the most surprising part, I'm confident that nothing else you tell me will shock me. Ah, of course! That's why I had you look at my arm first. We've cleared the biggest hurdle from the get-go. Alright. To business, then. With a smile, Kamadu went on. I'm a lesbian. Dots. I fell over in shock. Like in Fujio comic. Oh, I see, Kamadu mumbled at my reaction. Maybe it was a little too blunt, given that you're a man. Dots. She cocked her head. Allow me to correct myself. I'm a sappist. Which, for those who don't know, is just another way to say lesbian. It's the same thing! I had yelled in an attempt to keep myself grounded. Huh? What? So what did that mean? Is that why she and Senju Gahara were the Valhalla duo back in middle school? A year apart, were they? Senju Gahara calling her that kid? Huh? Is that what she meant? The day before, when she said that she'd never broken up with a boy? Oh, it's not like that. I only had a crush on her. There was nothing the other way around. To me, she was purely perfect. A senpai I could look up to. I was content just to bask in her presence. Content just to bask in her presence. Dots, that sounded nice. That really did sound nice, but in unrequited crush, she'd gone ahead and told me, Dots. Hachikuji, I thought, the woman in you, led you in a completely wrong direction. No, I needed to calm down. I couldn't reject stuff out of prejudice. Right. Maybe this is how girls were these days. Maybe my worldview was dated. Maybe I needed to be less serious and more liberal. I see. A sappist. Alright then. Yes, a sappist. Confident looked happy for whatever reason. Be that as it may. Whether it was vampires, cats, crabs, or snails, class presidents, always old girls, or grade schoolers, cat ears, or tsunderes, or lost children's, or even sappists. The world was, how should I put it, full of new challenges, or maybe insatiable. It was a free-for-all. Did Senju Gahara know that about her? Probably not, given the way Kambaru had said it. But whether she did or not, I doubted it concerned a middle school Senju Gahara very much. The star of the track team and the star of the basketball team. The Valhalla duo. She was popular with everyone Kambaru related, but I'm really pretty sure my feelings for her went beyond that. I'm certain of it, in fact. I was even ready to die for her sake. Yes, you could say I wanted her dead or in love. Dots. What? I wasn't sure if that was clever or not. She hummed. That came off better than I expected. Pretty inspired of me to play on alive and in love, if I do say so myself. Wouldn't you agree? Aha, I wasn't sure at first, but now that you've explained it to me, I've made up my mind. It was a bad pun. Anyway, I told Kambaru to go on. Go on? I don't know, it's not like we're discussing the past. Speaking of continuing, it's of a piece with the present. I chose Naotsuhaya in the first place to chase after her. Yeah, that's what I assumed after hearing your story. If anything, it all makes better sense. I ran the risk of insulting Kambaru's teammates all over again, depending on how she took it, so I kept the words to myself. But a basketball star in middle school should have been able to play in a better environment via an athletic recommendation or something. Yet, for whatever reason, Kambaru had decided on Naoetsu High, a school that put as good as zero focus on extracurriculars, basketball included. Why? What could have been her motivation? Her devotion. Well, even then, it was all too straightforward. I was so taken with her that I would have licked a candy that came out of her mouth. That's Was that an image she ought to be putting into words in front of other people? My third year, she lamented. The whole year after she graduated was colored gray. Gray, you say? Yes, a gray sapphire existence. She really liked that term. Sure, if that's what she wanted. My gray matters, gray sapphic existence, she said. That's not even remotely clever. She was trying too hard to insert jokes into our conversation. This could stay a tad more serious. How strict of you, she complained. You're setting too high of a bar for me with your tough standards. It's strange though. Knowing that you're doing it for my own good eases me into accepting them. What happened to your gray sapphic existence next? Yes, that year drove home just how important she'd been for me. The year we were apart may have weighed more than my 2 years we were together. That's why my plan was to tell her how I felt if I got into Naoitsu High. It could meet her again. With that goal, I spent all of my time studying for entrance exams. So, said Kambaru. She was as full of confidence as ever, but it seemed like her cheeks were flushed. She must have been embarrassed, plain and simple. Uh-oh, it was kinda cute. I was busy being confused and bewildered, even when she was stalking me. But now, for the first time, I was starting to feel fond of Suruga Kambaru, my kohai. Gosh, a whole new sapphic moe territory was opening up inside of me. I found myself barely caring about Kambaru's beastly left hand, but no, I knew that was where the meat of this story lay. Forget about candy, gum, she averred. I was so taken with her that I would have chewed a piece of gum that came from her mouth. Your standards are a mystery to me, Dots. There had to be a nicer image. But, Company said, her tone sagging exaggeratedly, she had changed from the senpai I knew. Ah, she had changed completely. A crab. Kagi Senjukahara had encountered a crab. She'd lost much, thrown away much, and rid herself of much, and she rejected everything. It must have seemed like Hitagi Senjukahara had transformed into a different person altogether, for those who'd known her in middle school. Like Hanekawa, and for Kambaru, who had worshipped Senjukahara, the transformation must have been too thorough to take. So, uh, so thorough, it made her doubt what she saw with her own eyes. I had heard that she became seriously ill after entering high school, and that she I had heard that she became seriously ill and that she had quit running because of how protracted it was. I knew that much coming in, but I never imagined that she could have changed that much. I thought it was all a bunch of nasty rumors. One moment, I need to go edit my chart. because she refers to Senjuga with senpai. It must have seemed like Hitage Senjuga had transformed into a different person altogether for those who'd known her in middle school, like Hanekawa. And for Kanbaru, who had worshipped Senjuga, the transformation must have been too thorough to take. So thorough, it made her doubt what she saw with her own eyes. I had heard that she became seriously ill and that she had quit running because of how protracted it was. I knew that much coming in, but I never imagined she would have changed that much. I thought it was all a bunch of nasty rumors. Seriously ill, eh? Well, she wasn't wrong to look at it that way. Ultimately, Senjuga had a chronic condition that still dogged her. But I was wrong. Those rumors were so off the mark that they didn't even scratch the surface. Something far worse had happened to her body. I noticed, and I thought I had to do something. I had to save my senpai. How could I not? She was really good to me when I was in middle school, and I've never forgotten. She may have been we may have been in different years and on different teams, but she was extremely generous. That generosity, Dots. That generosity. What had it meant to Senjuga? But this wasn't the time to speak or inquire about it, was it? And that's why I tried to save her. I wanted to, but I couldn't even begin to approach her. She refused. Ah, Dots. It seemed like too much to expect her to tell me exactly how. She was probably covering for Senjuga. Kanbaru would never speak a single bad word about her, no matter what. Yes, it wasn't hard to guess that she'd had something just as bad, if not worse, done to her. Dots. Frankly speaking, I didn't care to know. For my sake, and for Kanbaru's. For Senjuga sake, too. Stapler. I thought I could do something, despite an air of chagrin, of regretting it from the bottom of her heart. Kanbaru was forcing herself to sound calm and collected. I thought I could do something about whatever she was burdened with. Even if I couldn't get rid of the cause, even if I couldn't relieve her symptoms, I could be by her side and heal her heart. Dots. What a joke that was. I was such a foolish girl looking back on it. It's nothing short of comical. Because Senjuga didn't want anything like that at all. So said Kanbaru with downcast eyes. She told me, I don't think if he was as a friend or even as my kohai. Not now, nor did I ever. To my face. Well, that did seem like something she would say back then if there was any weapon she carried deadlier than her stationery. Then it was her acid tongue and bitter abuse. At first, I thought that meant she thought of me as her lover, but it wasn't the case. That was quite positive of you, yes. So she was even more blunt the next time. Being friends with a talented kohai like me would boost her own reputation. And that was the only reason she was nice to me. The only reason she acted like a caring senpai. She said that. That's awful. Senjuga goal was to hurt her. Her goal was to make her go away, so. Yet, only yesterday, Senjuga had called Kanbaru that kid and her kohai in middle school, and confirmed that while it was no longer true, they were friends back then. Perhaps I was interpreting her words to hear only what I wanted to hear, but still. I was happy that she called me a talented kohai, though. That was positive of her, through and through. But that's when I learned how powerless I was. I was so conceited to think that I could heal her with my presence. If anything, she didn't want anyone at all near her. There are some people in the world who aren't lonely when they're alone. It wasn't hard to pin Senjuga down as one of them. At the very least, she probably hadn't ever appreciated hurting for its own sake. Even as her middle school sociable self, she must have thought so quietly. But, not being lonely when you're alone, that's different from wanting to be alone. Just as not liking to deal with people and not liking people aren't the same. That's why I never accosted Senjugahara after that Senjugahara senpai after that day. It was the only thing she wanted from me, after all. Of course, I could never forget her, but if stepping away and not doing a thing, if not being by her side could save her, I could agree to that. That's Kanbaru. I didn't know what to say. It wasn't simply her gallant attitude that moved me, but her choice of words. The decision wasn't helpless or inevitable, but one she could agree to. According to Senjugahara, Kanbaru never came back, but that wasn't it. Kanbaru had stepped away of her own will. She was so serious about Senjugahara. From middle school until a year ago, Kanbaru's feelings for her only grew stronger, and, even now, I was careful not to run into her, and I made sure that my field of activity wouldn't overlap with hers, whether that meant meeting her by accident in a hallway, catching a glimpse of her at morning assemblies, or crossing paths with her at the cafeteria. I made arrangements not just so that I wouldn't have to worry, but so that she wouldn't have to worry about me either. Of course, I couldn't help people talking about me when I did well in basketball games, so I manipulated the rumors myself to make sure they were a mix of fact and fiction. Which is why the gossip about you is so all over the place. You seem to have a personality disorder. I got it now, but to go so far, might I say not stalking, but reverse stalking? I managed to do that for 1 year. It wasn't a gray, sapphic existence, it was a black one. Hard to say whether all of that getting directed into even more enthusiasm for basketball is a good thing or a bad thing. But then, after a year, I learned about you. Dots. Considering how much she had cared about Senjugahara, you'd think she'd have found out sooner. But maybe it wasn't simply because we were in different years. Wasn't it because Kanbaru went out of her way to avoid hearing about Senjugahara? And yet, she ended up learning about Koyomi Araragi. I couldn't hold back any longer for the first time in a year. I consciously visited her, or tried to. Of course, there'd been a few careless mistakes in the span of a year, but this was the first time my first time intentionally seeing her. And she was in a classroom that morning, chatting and cooing away with you. There was a happy smile on her face, too, of the kind she never showed me, even back in middle school. Which particular pile of abuse was Senjugahara keeping on me then? That's about the only time a smile comes across her otherwise expressionless face. Do you understand? Kamada looked at me straight. Something I wanted so very much, that I wanted so very much, but had to give up on. You did like it was the most natural thing in the world. Kambaru. No, that. At first I was jealous, Kambaru said, punctuating every word. I tried not to be, she went on, her voice holding back a torrent of emotions. To the end, I was jealous, she concluded. That's. I wondered why it couldn't have been me. I was jealous of you, and I was disappointed in her. I wondered if she would have accepted me if I were a man. I wondered if the problem was that I was a woman. She didn't need friends or juniors, or she didn't need friends or kohai, but she didn't mind having a lover. In that case, Kambaru glared at me with an accusatory gaze for the first time. In that case, why couldn't it be me? I knew she was my kohai, a girl who was younger than me, and that she wasn't the type to begin putting her hands on me in a frenzy. But her eyes were so irate, I was scared she might. I was jealous of you and disappointed in her, and I was appalled at myself. I was going to heal her heart, was going to step away. It was a lie, all of it. It was all my ego. I meant I didn't care as long as I was happy. Was I hoping she'd praise me or what? Ridiculous. You couldn't be any more hypocritical. But even then, I wanted things to be like before. I wanted her to be kind to me, even if it was selfish. I wanted to be by her side, which is why. Then, with her right hand, she touched touched the beastly left hand, which is why I wished upon this hand. End of this section. We're now in section 6. So I'm going to take a small break. Small break. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. That was longer than I had intended. I'm sure there's no need to give a synopsis of The Monkey's Paw by William Wymark Jacobs, but not having known about the story before, I thought, why, yes, what a well-made ghost or horror story. A textbook tale of dread, tried and true, indeed. Once I heard it, I felt as if I'd heard it somewhere before. It was a classic, in other words. According to Kanbaru, the monkey's paw was a pretty well-known item, though it didn't compare to vampires and was reused in a lot of different media in lots of different ways. Spun off into a bunch of different patterns, splitting from one new version to the next, like an evolutionary tree. But with one shared underlying factor common to them all, the biggest factor that makes the monkey's paw the monkey's paw. The monkey's paw grants its owner's wishes, the story goes, but not in the way the owner intends, the story goes. Those two elements. It was the kind of item you described by appending, the story goes. Say that you wished for riches. You might wake up the next day to find that your family has died and they're receiving their life insurance. Say that you wish for a promotion at work. You might wake up to the next day to find that the company has taken a turn for the worse, that the upper management has been fired, and that you're being promoted at a failing company. That kind of thing. It seems the monkey's paw was an item created in India by an old mystic to teach people that they should live according to their fate and that terrible disasters await those who defy it. A reputation that it can grant 3 wishes for 3 people, for instance, accompanies its entry into the story. The first thing I think of when I hear about 3 wishes being granted is the magic lamp in the Arabian Nights. But how did that story go and end? Similar tales can be found all over the world, considering how subject humans are to endless, insatiable desires. Narratives where some sort of being capable of granting any wish presents itself to people might be a fundamental form of storytelling. The best known of its kind among ghost stories seems to be The Monkey's Paw. So what's his name again? Meme Oshino? Uh, so, what's his name again? Meme Oshino? Did I hear that right? Yes, but he's not cute like his name makes him out to be. I already told you this, but he's some older dude who likes wearing Hawaiian shirts. I don't want you getting your hopes up for anything. He doesn't look the part, to say the least, so I want you to be prepared for that. Sorry, I'm trying to get a read on what honorific she's going to be using. No, that's not what I meant. His name is just so striking. Or maybe symbolic. It doesn't matter, though. Still, Meme would be hard to turn into a nickname. Sorry, I'm trying to. I should have done this during that break. But I thought that there was going to be a lot more to this scene, but I should have figured since the break. Huh? Yeah. I wonder what people called him when he was a kid. I have to admit, I'm curious. Actually, I can't even begin to imagine what he was like as a kid. Oshino dwelled in an abandoned four-story cram school, a little ways away from any residential areas. To put it simply, these were ruins. Ones that children wouldn't dare each other to enter, that people living in the vicinity might not even register as a building. These ruins existed as a scenery. They were so aged that a larger earthquake would probably raze the whole thing. Well, I say age, but the cram school went out of business only a few years ago, when one of the large chains opened up a branch right in front of the station. The site was like a cadaver, meant to teach us what a horrible state buildings ended up in after only a few years of disuse. So while I say Oshino dwelled there, it wasn't official in any way, and you could call it a grand case of squatting. He'd been living there for the 2 months since spring break, surrounded by signs that read, "Private property, no trespassing." The desk left behind, serving as his bed, he roamed around town all day. Roamed. Yes, that's right. It wasn't as if he stayed put. So I could come to see him as I was doing that. But actually finding him there was a matter of chance. He didn't have a cell phone or even a PHS, which is a pager, I think, right? Personal handy system. And to be honest, there was a lot of luck involved in meeting him. It took a little more than an hour to get there on bicycle from Kambaru's Japanese estate. It also took a little more than an hour to dash over if you were Kambaru, of course. The two of us looked up at the abandoned cram school. By the way, she asked me, you said you were attacked by a vampire, but was that your first time with an aberration, or whatever you call them? Yeah, probably. Maybe I just hadn't noticed earlier instances. It was the first case that I was aware of. Spring break for you, and then her, and now me. It seems suggestive of something, doesn't it? Nothing before, and now three in quick succession? Yep, it was actually five if you counted Hanekawa and Hachikuji, but I decided to be somewhat vague and hide that fact out of respect for their personal privacy. Once you experience it, you're more likely to experience it again, apparently. So maybe it's always going to be like this for me now. That sounds tough. Not really, Dots. It's not all tough. Experiencing an aberration means having an experience that's out of the norm, and you probably come away from it having noticed and gained new things. Although I said that, it sounded like I was papering over it or covering my tracks to avoid telling her how I felt. Just thinking back to my spring break experience has told me that I was beating around the bush by saying that it wasn't all tough. Partly because I felt awkward. My eyes wandered over to Kambadu's left hand and the rewound white bandage. I couldn't see what it concealed, but once you knew, you could tell, nonetheless, there was something slightly off about this length and shape, even if she did her best to make it hard to notice by wrapping some areas multiple times. Araragi-senpai, she and you have been in the same class for 3 years in a row, even though our school shuffles home runs every year. I assumed that you two were at least a little close from before, but from what I've heard, you only spoke to her for the first time 3 weeks ago. I don't know if I could say it was the absolute first time, but I wouldn't have noticed her secret if she hadn't gone and slipped. And we probably wouldn't have started dating. And if I hadn't known Oshino, I doubt I could have helped her out. So in that sense, it was luck. I guess it was convenient. Or was that I was inconvenienced? You knew about the monkey's paw, Kambaru, and I knew a vampire. That's all. Upon hearing Sendugahara's secret a year ago, Kambaru was able to believe it so readily. I presumed, thanks to knowing the monkey. Just as I had experienced the demon and the cat by that point, which meant the only difference between us was that I knew Oshino, a way to fight back. That's why I couldn't help but think, what if Kambaru had known Oshino? No, not necessarily him, but some sort of spiritual technocrat, who could aid Sendugahara and solved her secret a year ago. Wouldn't Kambaru be in my position then, rather than me? Putting aside differences in age and gender for the time being. Sheer luck. You could call it a fated meeting, but it was chance. I appreciate how considerate you're being, Kambaru thanked me, but I wish you wouldn't say that. She isn't that kind of person. She wouldn't confuse gratitude for love. That was just what got the ball rolling. Kambadu's words were tinted with the pale desolation, and that's exactly why it's so frustrating. When she rebuffed me, I stepped away. Meanwhile, you chased after her. If anything made a difference, it wasn't vampires versus monkeys, nor knowing this Oshino. It was that. Dots. I'm sure of it, she muttered. Talking to her like this made me realize how surprisingly introspective she was. The complete opposite of what you'd expect from her image of an athletic girl full of vim and vigor. Some reader's commentary right now. Kanbaru is, I'm going to say, the character who is the most different from their anime counterparts so far. There are a lot of signs for some things that are coming in the future that I am noticing are really cool little tidbits. I wonder how much he had really planned for some of these things. So I just thought that was neat. I really want to talk to like Itsumi or Chancellor about it because I think it's super cool. But I also don't want to spoil like these future books because I plan on maybe reading more. But anyway, back to the thing. Sorry. But if she was remorseful, I felt like I was too. What was it? This emotion akin to remorse as I chatted with Kambaru, as if there were pins being prickled into my heart. I knew there was no need for, but found myself constantly trying to paper over things, and that made me feel even more remorseful. Yes, but Kambaru said, I am honestly glad that her problem was already gone. It might be strange for me to be thanking you, but that's what I'd like to do from the bottom of my heart. Well, like I told you, it wasn't me. The credit should go to Oshino. Actually, no. It wasn't him either. Senju got saved thanks to Senju Gahara. She simply went and saved herself all on her own. That's how it was. Oshino and I had barely done a thing. There were no two ways about it. That was it. Ah, maybe you're right, but can I ask you one more thing? What is it? I get why she fell for you. It puts my jealousy and disappointment to shame. Yes, I think I get it. But what is it about her that made you fall for her? You said she was just another classmate for over 2 years, a classmate you'd never spoken to. Well, it was hard to answer when she put it so bluntly. Part of me was embarrassed, but the bigger issue was being asked for a specific reason. It was just that in that park, on that day, on Mother's Day. Oh, of course. It made sense. That was the source of my remorse. Why do you ask, Convidu? Well, what I'm trying to say is that if it's just her body you're after, I think I could take her place. Dots. An incredible proposal. With her right hand and her bandage left, Convidu grabbed her own breasts and squished them together and up. She was still wearing her school uniform, and enhanced by the immodest mismatch, her enticing pose exuded an almost unnatural allure. I think I'm pretty cute. She did say so herself. I think I'd look a little more feminine if I grew my hair out, and I'm not indifferent to skincare. Plus, thanks to having always played sports, my body is nice and toned, with just the right kind of waistline. I've been told that I have the kind of figure that men savor. Bring over who told you that so I can kill him. It was the basketball team advisor. This world is done for. I believe that means it's a teacher, for people who maybe don't understand. Every club in Japan has like an advisor, and it's usually like a faculty member, staff member, because it can be even like the school nurse, I believe. Every club has to have like an adult that sort of like oversees it, sort of, but they aren't actually present for most of it. They're just kind of like held responsible. It's so that the club members can ask them about like school related things, like, hey, how do we get more budget or something? I'm pretty sure. Sorry again for the reader's notes. You can't kill him. We get suspended from matches. So what do you think? Kambaru asked for a second time. She didn't seem to be joking or half joking or jocular, but absolutely serious, and she bore down on me to give her one of two answers, yes or no. I'm ready to do this, you know. All you have to do is ask. Anytime and any place, and I'll be the bottom for your top. Bottom? Top? Why would I ask for that? Hmm? Oh, I see. You don't have any grounding in BL. That's surprising. BL translates to boys love. It's, like gay fiction. I don't want to talk about your BL with a younger girl. Hmm? BL just stands for boys love. I know that. It's not like I got that wrong. Yes, I'd noticed. When I'd cleaned her room, there'd been so many books scattered around with those kinds of cupboards. I'd gone out of my way to avoid the subject. I'd pretended I hadn't seen anything. Oh, so you weren't confused. I was sure you were, judging by your reaction. Then what exactly are you so mad about? I didn't mean to offend you with anything. I said, uh, with anything I said. Could it mean you're a bottom? Not another word about this. I'm more of a sub, so I don't think I can top. What? You lost me. A sub what? Were we entering forbidden territory here? I felt like our conversation was treading on thin ice. And anyway, Kamadu, why would a boy and a girl have to do BL anything? There's zero need for that. But you see, I want to preserve my maidenhood for her. I don't need to hear it. The thin ice had cracked. The conversation was underwater. Hetagi Sentokuhara and Suruga Kambaru, and the two of you conspiring to smash into dust every illusion I have about women? I'm sure of it now. The crisis management part of my brain is telling me outright. It's unmistakable. Your old acquaintances, the Valhalla duo. Tiptoeing and sneaking off or running away on fleet feet, my chances at happiness were abandoning me in droves. I could feel it with my whole body and heaved a sigh. That's a callback. Ah, they were grinding away at my sanity with all this risque talk about going after her body and supple, carefree limbs, the kind of figure that men's savior. Though precocious in her own way. Talking with Hachikuchi the day before was fun because she never sounded weirdly jaded, or so I thought back finally to my conversation with a grade school kid. I was a terminal case. I'm sorry, but if you'll allow me to be intrusive, warned Kambaru, I don't think you'll be able to make it very far in the adult world if you can't talk smut with girls younger than you. Be smart and jettison your precious notions about femininity as soon as you can. If there's anything I don't want to be scolded about by a girl younger than me, that would be it. And her choice of words, talk smut. Not that putting it another way would have made it fine. Still, she insisted, I don't want to belabor the point. But expecting me to be chaste thanks to these flimsy illusions of yours presents actual problems that start with saying hello. Don't blame me. Girls are interested in dirty talk, too. Aha. This whole episode was liable to foment its own set of illusions about women, though. Was I wrong to think that with Sentokuhara or her, the context was different? Alright, Kamadu said, then let's get back to it. If you're a briefs guy or a boxers guy. I don't think that's what we were talking about. Huh? Was it whether or not I want wear panties under my bike short, under my spats? Excuse me, but you don't, Kamadu-san? I was so shaken I found myself speaking politely. Then those spats speaking out under your skirt are, even if that's the case, why be shocked? Spats were originally designed as a form of underwear. All the more so then. You mean you're walking around with your underwear out for the world to see? Moreover, that skirt of hers got blown in every direction but down when she ran and jumped. Yes, I suppose you could say that. But just think of it as the cheek dispensation of a sporty girl. No, it's a perverted behavior of an exhibitionist. Oh, now I remember. That's not what we were talking about either. It was whether I could serve as a replacement for... Hold on, don't rewind the conversation and leave such a question hanging. Tell me right now if you're wearing anything underneath. Can we gloss over such vulgar matters, please? It's a triviality. It isn't a triviality, it's a watershed moment. Is my kohai a sporty girl or an exhibitionist? Smuttiness aside, we were going on and on about nothing in particular. Okay then, conceded Kambaru. Why don't you look at it this way? I'm both a sporty girl and an exhibitionist. For those who see me as a sporty girl, I'm that. For those who see me as an exhibitionist, I am that too. Stop with these weird games. That kind of line stops being cool once you get out of middle school. What are you, my imoto? Our conversation about nothing in particular reached a peak. It could only be about something now. But listen, Kambaru, seriously, no matter how hard you try, you're not going to take Sentokuhara's place. Dots. She wasn't going to take her place. I was talking more than what she'd said. You're not Sentokuhara after all. No one can take someone else's place, and no one can become someone else, either. Senjugahara is Hitagi Senjugahara. You are Suruga Kamburu, no matter how much you love her, no matter how much you idolize her, no matter how much more you do. You're right, Kamburu nodded after a brief pause. You're exactly right. Yeah, so let's stop wasting time chatting and get going. And also, can you knock it off with that pose already? You've turned me into someone who has an extended conversation with a high school girl who's groping her own breasts. That's too surreal a picture for me. Happy Halloween, sir. Go! I didn't notice. Notice, it went for other stuff too. The sun will go down if we don't hurry. It's a bad news if it gets dark, right, for your left hand? Yes, it also means everything's fine as long as it's bright out. I'm completely okay for another few hours at least. Oh, being active only at night, somehow, can't help but remind me of vampires. Kambaru and I walked alongside the chain-link fence surrounded the building, until we found a large hole. 3 weeks earlier, Senjukahara had gone through it with me. This time I was with her kohai, Kanbaru. I'd never thought I'd have anything to do with her. The webs we weave, ties that bind. Watch your feet. Yes, thank you kindly. I pushed forward through the wall of unkempt grass, trying to make a path for Kanbaru as she followed behind me, wondering how it was going to be in summertime. If it was this way now, I entered the crumbling, or you might say, already crumbled, cram school. It was still a mess. The concrete fragments, empty cans, signs, shards of glass, and who knew what else, were still a mess, a royal mess. The building was already dim in the late afternoon, as it had no power, making it seem even more decayed than otherwise. I thought Oshino could at least tidy up the building if he had so much free time on his hands. Didn't living in such a place depress him? I guess it was a little better than Kambaru's room. Senjugahara had scowled at the building's wretched state and Oshino's insouciance. But I wouldn't have to worry with Kanbaru. It's filthy, she said. I can't believe it. If this Oshino person lives here, he ought to clean up. I guess she was tough on others, but about certain things? Or maybe it was that she wasn't self-conscious. I thought her brazen attitude came from her confidence, but perhaps there was another side to it. That was one way she and Senjugahara were different. Senjugahara was abnormally self-conscious. Oshino primarily roosted on the fourth floor. I walked in the dim light. The farther we got from the entrance, the deeper the darkness grew. What an oversight on my part. I'd been to the building so many times, I could have at least brought her flashlight. I brought the envelope containing 100,000 yen that Senjukahara had entrusted to me. In other words, I had planned on coming here regardless of how my conversation with Kanbaru panned out. I could have spared the idea some thought. But, well, it depended on the time and the place, but for the most part I was fine with darkness, which is why I found myself forgetting such obvious things. Mementos from my time as a vampire. I turned around when we reached the stairs to notice that Kanbaru's steps were incredibly timid and wobbly. She must not like the dark, I thought. When you consider that she was normally a fearless sportswoman, her gait appeared all the more precarious and uncertain. In her state, walking upstairs would be an ordeal. Whatever was up with her left arm, it'd be a big problem if she hurt her legs, too. I remembered how I'd led Senjukahara by the hand when we came here together. That was the first time I had held her hand. What to do? Kanbaru must have declined to ride behind me out of such considerations, and come to think of it, I'd learned only yesterday just how strict Senjukahara could be about cheating. Hey! Hey, my junior Kanbaru. What is it, Araragi-senpai? Hold out your right hand. Like this? Alright, it's docking time. I pulled her hand toward me by the tip and had her grip the belt that I wore on my school-issued slacks. We're about to climb up some stairs, so don't trip. I'll be sure to walk up slowly, so be careful. Dots. No matter how strict Senjukahara's guidelines were, this degree of physical contact couldn't possibly count as cheating. It was a brilliant idea. It seemed like sophistry, I admit, but I would at least have a proper excuse prepared for Sendogahara. Aren't you kind? Company said, tugging at my belt as though she was testing its strength. You must get told that often, that you're a good, kind person. Who wants to get told, and often, that kind of thing? The kind of thing you tell someone who doesn't have a personality. Even when it comes to guiding me through the dark, you're minding both her and me. I'm grateful from the bottom of my heart. I'm pained by your consideration. I'm envious of your discretion. Was my thinking that transparent? She was a sharp one. You wouldn't usually catch on to that, but since she did, why go and spell it out? I felt so awkward. The jokey way I'd gone about it made it so much worse. My senpai, there's something I want to ask you. What is it? Ask whatever you want, as long as it's not about tops and bottoms. Oh, then I'll put that off a bit until later. It's on your list of questions? As are panties and exhibitionism. We already played it out. To be frank, only dirty talk interests me. I don't have such a character. Just hurry up with your question. Judging by everything you've said, it seems like you haven't talked to her about me at all. Huh? No, I have. That's how I learned you two were the Valhalla duo. To be exact, I'd heard that from Hanekawa, but I hadn't understood their relationship until I checked with Senjogahara. I might have guessed, but guesses were all they were going to be. I wouldn't have thought to ask Hanekawa. That's not what I meant, Kamadu said. About my left hand. About my left hand attacking you. Oh, that. Yeah, I haven't had the opportunity. I was in no state to last night, and I didn't know the truth of the matter anyway. Or that your left hand was like that. I wasn't even close to you. Well, close to sure you were behind the attack in the first place. It was just speculation as far as she knows. As far as she knows, I ran into a telephone pole on my bicycle. Will that do, with all the collateral damage? Well, I can't go get the police or hospital involved thanks to my formerly vampiric body. If things go public, it'll be just as annoying for me. I don't plan on keeping what happened with you a secret from Senjukahara forever, of course, but I just thought it was something you should tell her, not me. I should? See, I'm not a kind person or a good person. It's just that I have my motives, my underhanded calculations, my scheming persistence. Something I, myself, could never do. Whoa there! Shinobu was there on the landing between the third and fourth floors. Shinobu Oshino. A blonde girl who looked to be about 8 years old. Her skin so white it seemed to be translucent. Wearing a helmet and a pair of goggles. She was there, on the landing, sitting directly on the floor. Legs folded, arms around her knees. You might have mistaken her for the spirit of a dead child from Japanese folklore, if not for her golden hair. I yelled in surprise despite myself. Shinobu glared intensely at me and Kambaru as we came climbing up the stairs. It was a loaded gaze full of hate and gravity, of unspoken words and unfulfilled desires. Dots. I ignored her. Averting my eyes and walked around her, refusing to pay her notice, to proceed to the fourth floor. But why was she sitting on the landing of all places? Could she have gotten in a fight with Oshino? Hey, what was with that girl? Asked Kambaru in a mildly agitated, flighty voice once we were on the fourth floor. Then again, it would have been weirder for her to pay no mind to a girl like Shinobu mysteriously sitting on the floor of some ruins. Well, part of Kambaru's body had turned into an aberration. Could she have sensed something from Shinobu? She was super freaking cute. You said that with the biggest smile you've shown all day. I want to hold her in my arms. No, I want her to hold me in her arms. You fall for anyone, don't you? I thought there was only one girl for her, plus this was a child she was talking about. Just keep that stuff to yourself. I don't want to keep any secrets from you, though. You still don't need to put out the naked truth. Naked? Don't really act just to that word. Do I have to watch every single phrase I use now? I've never met someone who's harder to talk to. She was a real horn dog. Or rather, she wasn't sapphic only for Senjukahara. Every one of my illusions, and not just ones about women, was being blown to pieces, like it was a carpet bombing. Swearing to myself that I'd never allow her to meet Hachikuji, I gloomily conveyed a warning. Well, you should stay away from that. A vampire. Husk of. A vampire. Dregs of. That was what Shinobu Oshino, the blonde girl, was. When the devil is away. The mice. I see. Too bad, Kambaru lamented. And now that you've said so with the saddest face you've shown all day, here we are. Time to find out whether Oshino's in or not. We can't just put this off until tomorrow if he isn't, though. My life's in real danger. Sorry. I'm not trying to be mean or anything. Don't feel bad about it. Well, I don't feel good about it either. I think I need to make it up to you somehow. Ah, right. What's your favorite color? Huh? My favorite color? Are you giving me a present? I don't know if I have one, but if I had to say, I guess aqua blue? Okay, got it. Then I promise from now on. Oh, Kamadu nodded. Then I promise from now on, whenever I meet you, I'll do my best to be wearing aqua blue underwear. Don't drag me into your dirty talk or make it seem like I'm the reason. It's all on you and your sexual frustration. There were 3 classrooms on the 4th floor. Doors to all of them were broken. If Oshino was in the building, he would be in one of the 3, but the first room was amiss. We checked in the second room, and there he was. You're late. You're late, Araragi. I've been waiting. I forgot. You're late, Araragi-kun. I've been waiting so long that I nearly fell asleep. Name it Oshino. Lay there on a linoleum floor, so cracked and ripped you couldn't just trip, but get deep cuts if you walked across it with bare feet. A piece of cardboard box, so discolored it must have been rotting as his only bedding, and without getting up, he greeted us with a bat off the bat with those words in his usual all-knowing tone, despite not knowing the first detail about our situation. His crumpled psychedelic Hawaiian shirt, his shaggy hair, and his generally filthy appearance, words like clean or refreshing, existed on a separate plane from the man. You could say it was an appropriate look for the ruins he lived in. But what he could but what he could have ever looked like before coming to them was by now beyond my imagination. Oshino scratched his head like even that was a bother. Then and only then did he notice Kambaru, who, out of anxiety or alarmed by the very questionable Oshino, was trying to hide behind me and holding tight to my belt with her right hand, though we were already here. Oh, so you've brought yet another girl with you today, Araragi-kun. You're with a new one every time we meet. Why, I'm quite glad for you. Shut up, don't keep spouting the same lines. You say that, but what am I supposed to do when it's the same situation? My repertoire is limited. Hmm? And another girl with straight bangs at that. Judging by your uniform, are you 2 classmates? Does your high school regulate hairstyles? Interesting. That's a very antiquated system they've kept around. No, we don't have such rules. It was just coincidence. Or, rather, though Kamadu wore hers short, it was probably because she was imitating Senjugahara that they had similar hairstyles. I wasn't aware of any reason behind Senjugahara's, but as for Kanekawa, was, well, as a symbol of seriousness, that had to be it more or less. One moment, I'm updating the spreadsheet. Uh, so it's It's what you're into, after all, asserted Ashino. Humph. In that case, I'll cut little Shinobu's hair, too. For your next visit, she just lets it grow out. Shinobu-chan, by the way. Sorry, just getting a couple more things on the spreadsheet done because this shouldn't have to go on forever. Or rather, though Convodu wore hers short, it was I saw. In that case, I'll cut little Shinobu-chan's hair too. If your neck for your next visit, she lets it grow out, and it's about time she had a haircut. In exchange, do you think you could bring a girl with a one-length haircut next time? It might be wasting my breath, but I'm putting the request out there. I saw Shinobu on our way up. What's she doing there? Oh, she's sulking because I ate one more than I should of her snack time Mr. Donuts. She's been like that since yesterday. What kind of vampire was she? And what kind of dude was he? I tearfully handed over the Polna ring. So she's one narrow-minded little girl. I think I need to teach her the phrase quality over quantity. I don't care. I couldn't care any less. Also, Oshino, one correction. She's not my classmate. Take a close look at. Look, her scarf isn't the same color as Sendrakahara's or Hanekawa's, right? She's a year younger than me. And her name is Suruga Kanbaru. Kanbaru as in God and plains, and Suruga as in, oops. I knew how to write it, but it was hard to explain. The barely literate Koyomi Araragi was showing his colors. Suruga, as in Suruga Toi, Kanbaru chimed in helpfully. Thank goodness. But wait, what exactly was that? I never heard the term before. Was it toy in the sense of question? Like some famous quiz, a riddle like with the Sphinx? Ah, Suruga Toi. Of course. Oshino nodded in clear comprehension. Ugh, if he hadn't known, I would have gotten an explanation without having to speak up. I clicked my tongue, but I hated having to wonder, so I asked Kanbaru, what's Suruga Toi? It's a famous method of torture from the Edo period. They'd hog tie your hands and legs behind you, hang you from the ceiling, put a heavy rock on your back, and spin you around. Don't use a torture method to explain your name. It's something that I'd love to undergo sometime in my life. So she was a sappist, a BL fan, a sub, a bottom, a lolicon, and a masochist? How could all of that apply to any one person? The star of our school didn't need to spread conflicting rumors about herself. She already had a personality disorder. I was at a loss for words. Anyway, I'm Suruga Kanburu. The exchange seemed to have relaxed her, and finally, letting go of my belt, Suruga came out of half hiding, and in her usual proud, confident, and unhesitating way, stated her name, her right hand in front of her chest. I'm Araragi. I'm Araragi Senpai's Kohai. Nice to meet you. I think that's what she says. Nice to meet you, Missy. I'm Meme Oshino. Suruga Doi. Well, Joel-san is how he refers to her. He seems to refer to everybody as Joel-san when he first meets them. Well, I guess all the women, but he doesn't really meet a lot of men. So far, at least. Nice to meet you, Joel-san. I'm Meme Oshino. While Suruga was smiling, Oshino was smirking. Written out smile and smirk look similar. A difference of only 2 letters. But seeing their expressions up close, I received very dissimilar impressions that were pretty much diametrically opposed. It proved to a painful degree that looking happy wasn't enough. Yes, Oshino's was lighthearted too, but so much so that it felt unpleasant. The man was just sculpted to seem fake. If you're his kohai, that makes you uh Tsundere-chan's kohai as well. As he said this, Oshino's eyes were unfocused and distant, as if he were looking at Kambaru's back. And me, and Sendugahara both being third years, and Kambaru therefore being Sendugahara's kohai as well, didn't seem to be his entire point. But maybe I was reading too much into it. Oshino! Anyway, I should start by giving this to you. It's from the very same Tsundere-chan, Sendugahara. An envelope? Ah! Okane, okane, okane. Oh, money, money, money. Perfect. I was just starting to feel squeezed. This should last me until the rainy season. Once it starts, I won't die of thirst. But I thought I'd be keeping a stiff upper lip in the meantime. What a thing to say to sensitive adolescents. It was amid such dire straits that they'd fought over their Mr. Donuts. No wonder Shinobu was sulking. Vampire or not, she did come from a noble bloodline. Cohabitating in these ruins with a filthy older guy was like plunging to the lowest depths. Since I was partly to blame, I didn't know what to think. Oshino checked the contents of the envelope. Yep, exactly 100,000 yen. This clears out my balance between me and Tsundere-chan. You know, she's made a good impression on me, giving this to you instead of coming to hand it to me herself. She seems versed in the way of the world. Huh? Shouldn't it be the other way around? It feels like giving it to you in person would be a show of good faith. Or good grace. It's all the same whether you make gestures like that or not, but I don't intend on having that argument with you, Araragi. It'd be a pointless one at best. Well, Araragi-kun. It'd be a pointless one at best. So what's up with this, Old-chan? Oshino asked casually, jabbing his chin in Kambadu's direction as he crammed the envelope, those fresh bills, all for naught, into the pocket of his Hawaiian shirt. I'm sure you didn't bring her here just so you could introduce a cute kohai to me. Or did you actually do it just to show her off? If that's the case, I underestimate the kind of man you are, Araragi-kun. Ha ha! But that couldn't possibly it. Which means, could it be that bandage? Ah, Oshino-san. Kamadu began to say something. He slowly waved his hand as if to cut her off. Let's start from the beginning. It doesn't seem like a very happy story. Stories about arms never are, in my experience. Especially if it's your left hand. That is the end of that section, so we'll be taking another small break. This one will truly be small, and I'm going to try to do some of the spreadsheet stuff during the break. So be right back. Alright, I'm back. Mixed among the crushed soda cans, candy wrappers, and empty instant noodle cups I found while cleaning up Suruga Kambaru's room was a single item that gave me pause. A long and thin Hollow, Paulownia box. I could feel its age from the color of the thing, and though it was covered in scratches, probably due to how carelessly Kambaru treated it, the box seemed thick and sturdy. I assumed that it held some sort of curio, maybe a vase. Its presence, or that it might contain some such object, didn't seem odd given how impressive the Japanese tome I stood in was. But the box was empty. That, of course, wasn't enough for me to classify it as trash, so I placed it on top of some cardboard boxes for the time being. But around when we got down to business, Kambari made a show of reaching out, grabbing the box, and placing it between the two of us. Then she asked me what I thought had been inside the box. A vase or something, I replied candidly. So even you can be wrong sometimes. This might be rude of me, but I'm relieved. Saved. I feel like you've given me a glimpse of your humanity. And what was inside it? A mummy, she replied straight away. A mummified left hand was in it. Dots. A mummified left hand inside a Palonia box. According to Kambaru, she used it for the first time in elementary school. Her mother had given it to her 8 years ago when Kambaru was still in 3rd grade. It was apparently the last time she ever saw her mother. A few days after Kambaru was given the box, both of her parents died in a traffic accident. The timing was so perfect. It was as if her mother had known what was going to happen. Kambaru said it happened while she was in math class at her elementary school. They died instantly in a multiple car pileup on some far-off highway. Their car caught fire and the remains were left in an awful state. Kambaru was taken in by her grandparents on her father's side. Taken in to the Japanese home where we sat. She said she lived with her parents in an apartment until then, just the three of them, because her mother and father had eloped. Their wedding had brought them no blessings or congratulations. Her father came from a traditional and storied family, while her mother's world was far removed from any of that, or so Kambaru told me. I had to wonder if those kinds of things still happen in this day and age, but she said they do all the time. My mom suffered because of that. My dad rebelled against such customs, but it was no use. His family pretty much cut ties with them. In fact, I hadn't met my grandparents until the day of my parents' funeral. I didn't even know their names, and they didn't know mine, either. That was the first thing they asked me, what my name was. Huh. Flooded on top and in blazes on the bottom. You don't need to worry about them at all. Those kinds of things happened. But despite whatever strife had intervened with her mother, Kambaru was their son's only daughter, their grandchild. Taking her in was the natural thing to do, and so Kambaru left the town where she'd lived her entire life, of course transferring schools in the process. She wasn't able to fit in. The way I spoke was different. I might talk like this now, but when I was still with my parents, we were all the way out on the tip of Kyushu, probably to get as far away as possible from this home. They talk in a thick accent there, and well, I wouldn't call it bullying, but I was made fun of, and I didn't have any friends. So it wasn't the same elementary school as Senju Hara's? Right. I met her in middle school. Okay. It made sense, address-wise. She probably wasn't with Hanekawa back then either. When I think back to it, I was throwing everything off balance in my new environment, and I wasn't completely blameless. It's obvious to me now, but my parents' death had hit me hard, and I had closed off my heart. You can't expect people to treat you kindly when you've closed off your heart. But, and I can only say this because so much time has passed, back then, I was still deeply mired in my parents' death. Not that I was able to sit back and reminisce about them. I couldn't even drown myself in my memories of them. That was because my grandfather and grandmother threw away every last one of my father and mother's possessions. It was like they wanted to raise me as someone who had nothing to do with my parents. But just so you know, Kambaru said, my grandmother and grandfather are both people of character. I do respect them, and I'm truly grateful that they've looked after me all this time. It's just that the relationship with my parents is beyond me. It made sense. Too much time had elapsed for it to be mere past strife. And that was why the only mementos she had left her parents were whatever memories she retained, along with, yes, the Palonia box her mother had given her. It may have been sealed tight, but she hadn't been told not to open it, so she did. The mummified left hand. But back in those days, the mummified hand only went down to its wrist. There was also a letter from her mother inside the box. Well, it wasn't so much a letter, given what was written on it, but a simple user's manual for the left hand. It stated that it was a tool for making wishes come true. It would make any wish come true. It would make 3 and only 3 wishes come true. It was such an item. She'd gone up a school year to become a 4th grader and was either 9 or 10 years old, whichever she was. Whether you believe that kind of fantastic story was a toss-up at that age. Just barely, yes, or just barely no. One or the other. It's probably an age group where the split between kids who believe in Santa Claus or not is about 50-50. Or maybe that's just an illusion that people of my generation and above hold, at least. I don't think I believed in Santa Claus when I was in 4th grade, but maybe some of the special gadgets and cartoons were credible to me. Kanburu was straddling that line. In other words, she half believed and half doubted it would work. But just as she might try a charm printed in a girl's magazine, with a casual attitude, really, she made a wish upon the mummified hand. It didn't matter what the first one was. It was like one of those charms. She was just trying it out. Though I did know what my second wish would be, if the first one worked, Kanburu said. Of course she did. I knew already. It had to be a wish about her parents, right? Something about their being alive. I wanted to be able to run faster. Such was the wish the 4th grader Suruga Kanburu made to do the mummified thing. She was apparently a notoriously slow runner back then, and that, just as much as her accent, contributed to her being teased. From a high schoolish perspective, it seemed as ridiculous of a reason to make fun of someone as an accent, but being a slow runner is, in any case, a serious cause of distress for a grade school kid. It just so happened that field day was coming up soon at her school, and she'd made the wish thinking that everyone would look at her in a new way if she could just win the foot race. I was fatally unathletic at the time. I'm not talking about having slow reflexes or slow anything, but actually tripping over myself just walking around. Huh? But now, our basketball ace, a star. Wait, so does that mean? If only it did, Comedy said, but instead, I had a dream that night. A dream of children being attacked by a monster wearing a raincoat. A nightmare where they were tucked into their bed and the monster's left hand attacked them mercilessly. I'm sure someone with your intuition has already figured out how this story ends. When I woke up the next day and went to school, 4 students were absent, and all 4 of them were supposed to run in the same race as me at field day. The monkey's paw. The monkey's paw grants its owner's wishes, the story goes, but not in the way its owner intends, the story goes. I was terrified. I went to the library in a panic and found out that the mummified thing really was. And I came across to find out what the mummified thing really was. And I came across Jacobs's the monkey's paw in no time. My shoulders trembled with fear. If I had made my second wish first, what would have happened? I wondered. As it was, those classmates of mine could easily have died. Fortunately, it wasn't that serious, but it could have turned out that way. Kanburu returned the thing to its box, sealed it even tighter than before, and stuffed it in the depths of her closet. There would be no second or third wish, of course. Of course not. She wanted to pretend none of it ever happened. She wanted to forget it all. But she couldn't. No matter how much she tried to forget about it, she found that she couldn't, because there was still time until field day, and during practice the next day, they decided to place Kanburu in another group. There were 5 others this time. She would be racing against 5 other people. What do you think I did? What do you think I should have done? Whatever I thought, if she sat and did nothing, well, the consequences were as clear as day. The same thing would happen and repeat itself over and over again. Normally, the only way out of the situation would be to make another wish upon the paw to ask it to cancel the first wish, but Kanburu was afraid to. Now that she'd learned about the paw, she was afraid. It granted wishes, but not the way its owner intended. She had no idea how the revocation might come true, which is why Kanburu ran. She ran and ran and ran. She was slow, so she worked to become fast. My only option was to fulfill my wish on my own, because if I did, there'd be no reason for the paw to attack my classmates. And fortunately, I started getting the hang of it as soon as I started. There wasn't any physical issue that made me slow, like being heavy or having a bad leg. So maybe I didn't become athletic overnight. I improved when it came to running. I managed to come in first at field day. Thanks to that, I started to make friends with my classmates. It, of course, took a good bit of time, though. Having made her own wish come true, she never stopped working, even after field day. To say that she must have been talented to begin with would perhaps be unkind. Her continued efforts only continued to flower, to the point that she began hearing from middle school track teams not long after entering 6th grade. Tup, 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 tup. But Kambaru couldn't join a track team. She couldn't put herself in a place where people might be faster than her. Because she didn't know the reach of her first wish. Maybe it expired the moment she took first place on field day. Maybe it would last forever. There was no way to find out. Since there wasn't, the latter possibility was a source of fear for Kambaru. She already knew she wasn't made to be a distance runner. Mini marathons and grade school were one thing, but she couldn't keep going in middle school and high school. If anyone were even a little bit faster than her, all her efforts would be for naught. End of story. That was probably why she decided to join the basketball team in middle school. If her field only extended as far as those courts did, no one could catch up to her. Foregoing clubs and sports might have been an option, but not only did I need to stay in good shape, just in case, but also athletics were a more or less compulsive refuge for me by then. If I didn't do something, I felt like I'd be crushed. People call me sporty, but I'm not sure if I'm the real deal. I was just motivated by fear. But playing basketball ended up being fun. She ended up liking it. Her speed, which had been a compulsive refuge, she could now put to positive use. She thought of her legs merely as a means to run away from the ball, but she could apply them constructively towards an actual goal. Plus, becoming the star of the team, she ended up getting to know Hitagi Sendogahara. She was the star of the track team, and she came to watch me since I had a reputation for being fast. She might have forgotten by now, and even if she does remember, she might not think anything of it. But she was the one who came to me first. Huh, that was a bit of a surprise. Even if it was the middle school and not the current day Sendogahara, it was still a surprise. She asked me to run a 100-meter race with her, and saying that it didn't have to be official or anything. It killed me to have to turn her down. This was a charming person who was a year above me. It might not have been love at first sight, but I'd fallen for her by the third day of talking to her. I started wanting to be near her. Being with her was therapeutic. Therapeutic. The word was as far removed from Sanjukahata today as Pluto is from the sun. But it really seemed that meeting her allowed Kambaru to put out of her mind the mummy she'd received from her mother. The Palonia box stuffed in the closet. It let her forget. It let her forget what she wanted to forget. But it was still there in the back of my mind, sitting in my subconscious, and more than once after that day, I was seized by a sudden impulse to use the ball. I'd be seized by an urge to rely on it, like when we faced a really strong team in basketball. Like when I got in an awful fight with a friend, like when I wanted to go and get into Naoitsu High where my senpai, Sendugahara was. Like when she rejected me. Each time she held out. Each time she managed to make it happen on her own. Or each time she gave up on it. By then, she understood why her mother had given her the box. It was as a sort of wish that Kambaru would become someone who handled any problem she came across by herself, unlike the one in The Monkey's Paw, which taught you to accept fate. Her mother's lesson must have been to alter your destiny with your own hands. It had been passed down again and again. Her mother had gotten it from her mother, and her mother's mother had gotten it from her mother, and her mother's mother's mother, and so on. The lesson passed down for generations had to be that you fulfilled your own wishes. So it was all thanks to herself that Kambaru was fast and also smart. She hadn't been born with it. It was the result of work, of blood, sweat, and tears. She always remained aware of that. Hence, she might have been able to solve Sendugahara's secret, her problem, by wishing on the ball, but didn't even then. Quietly, she stepped away. She gave up on being by Sendugahara's side. She gave up, balling her fists, biting her lip. She didn't mind dying for Sendugahara's sake. Suruga Kambaru had told me that, in no uncertain terms. Kambaru smothered her own feelings for Sendugahara's sake, stood by and watched her own heart die. What she didn't want to forget, what she couldn't forget, she did forget. But a year later, I found out about you. I ended up finding out about you and her. I ended up seeing her by your side. She couldn't hold out anymore. She couldn't do it. She couldn't give up. She had no recollection of when she opened the closet, when she'd taken the Palonia box out of it, when she'd undone the seal, or when she'd wished upon the paw. She hadn't paused, even when the paw that had only gone down to its wrist was extended to the elbow, and when she noticed, her left hand had turned into an aberration. Arm had turned into a beast's paw. Kambaru, Felt truly terrified for the first time in 7 years. And so you started stalking me after that. Come to think of it, every time we met, you asked me if anything odd had happened to me. That's what she meant. She wasn't making small talk. She wasn't trying to spy on Senjougahara. Unable to play the sport she loved with her arm in that state. Unable to play the sport she loved with her arm in that state, Kanbaru must not have wanted to go out in public at all. But she went as far as to bandage it up and hide it, because she was concerned about my safety? But then, 4 days after she started stalking me, the night of the fourth day, that's when it happened. Kanbaru said she had a dream. A dream where a monster in a raincoat attacked me. And that was why she seemed so calm from the moment I stepped into Class 2-2. She already realized everything, knew what had happened. This backstory was quite different from my analysis. I'd surmised that an aberration was involved, but Kanbaru actually didn't intend the phenomenon. It was all the paw's doing. The monkey's paw grants its owner's wishes, the story goes, but not in the way its owner intends, the story goes. The simplest way to be by Senjougahara's side was to eliminate her current boyfriend, Koyomi Araragi, thought the paw. Probably. And afraid of that, Kanbaru was stalking me. But her premonition was on the mark. In truth, if I wasn't who I was, if Koyomi Araragi wasn't Koyomi Araragi, the formerly immortal human with an experience of being a vampire, I would have certainly died at that point. I wouldn't have been able to dodge the first 2 strikes, and even if I had, the third blow would have been lethal. That was its absurd potential and capacity for destruction. My guess was that those 4 elementary school kids had been spared thanks to Kanbaru's body still being a 4th grader's, and also still being unathletic. But now she was on another level. Ironically, the body she'd forged to escape her first wish was making her second wish inflict that much more damage. Only her left arm had attacked me, but the incredible speed that my eyes couldn't even track, that physical capacity belonged to Suruga Kanbaru. It was an upgraded version of the same. Capacity. Destructive capacity. A capacity for violence. And it was far from over. Nowhere near over. Since I had survived. Once the sun set, the night came, the monster in the raincoat would attack me again and again. Kanbaru would keep on having dreams about that fiend assaulting me, over and over, until I died. Until her dream came true. Until her wish was granted. Until Kanbaru's second wish was granted. She wanted to be by Hipagi Senjougahara's side. That was all she had wished for. Annoyances come, in forms none greater than that, of the visitor, but then of course I speak not, of yourself, my esteemed friend. This is written in a way to convey that it is written as a poem. There are slashes between the verses. Huh? Kanbaru opened her eyes dubiously when I recited the poem. What was that? Nothing. I was just wondering if the person we're visiting will welcome us. And then, without changing our clothes or eating lunch, we went straight to the remote abandoned cram school where Meme Oshino and Shinobu Oshino lived. Me, riding my bike, and Kanbaru dashing on her own 2 legs. And that finally brings us to now, the present moment. Kanbaru and I were facing Oshino on the 4th floor. Despite giving him the rundown, he showed nothing resembling a reaction, simply looking up at the fluorescent lights hanging. Just hanging, of course, since there was no power. From the not-so-high ceiling, he wiggled the unlit cigarette he'd stuck in his mouth midway during the explanation, but didn't speak. I'd said everything there was to say, including about Senjougahara, and didn't have any more cards to play. A vague awkwardness drifted in the air. Normally, Meme Oshino grabbed more than he should, as if he were born full-formed from a tongue, but he sometimes sank into these deep silences, which made him really hard to deal with. He was cheerful and happy-go-lucky on the surface, but at times like these, I wondered if he might not be an awfully gloomy guy at heart. The bandage, Oshino said, at last. Could you undo that bandage for me, Ojo-san? Oh, okay. Kanbaru glanced at me beseechingly. To put her at ease, I told her, it's all right. At that, she started to unravel her bandage using her right hand. Whip, whip. Then the beastly hand appeared. Without being prompted, she rolled her sleeve up all the way to her upper arm. She bent her elbow as if to indicate where the monster's arm and her human arm connected. Taking a step forward, she asked Oshino, like this? Yes, that's good. I see. That's what I thought. What you thought? I cut in, and what's as you thought, Oshino? Damn you, acting as inscrutable as ever. You constantly leave people hanging on your words, pretending to be omniscient. Can't pretending to be omniscient can't be that fun now. Don't prod me like that. You're feeling spirited, Araragi. Something good happened to you? Spitting out the cigarette in his mouth without ever having lit it. Well, actually, I've never seen Oshino smoking one. He directed his trademark flippant and frivolous smirk at me. Araragi, and you too, Ozol-san. To start off with, a correction. That isn't a monkey's paw. Huh? Or what? Oshino had overturned the premise out of the blue, and I was shocked. Kabaru looked like she'd been caught off guard too. There have been so many versions since Jacob's that it's hard to know what's true without seeing one for yourself. But from what little I know, I've never heard of the monkey's paw combining with the owner's arm. A crab for Tsundere-chan, and a monkey for Ojo-san here would be like the old Japanese folktale, and downright neat. But the world isn't so accommodating. Researched it yourself, Ojo-san, didn't you? And you found nothing? No story where the monkey's paw merges with the owner? If there is one, that means uneducated old me has a big hole in his knowledge. I did some research, but I was still in grade school. That's what I thought. So how did you get it into your head that it's a monkey's paw? Your mother absolutely must not have said such a thing to you. But I guess the conditions did match, by and large. The conditions? I asked. What do you mean? There were a pair of them in How the Story Goes, Araragi-kun. The monkey's paw is an item with a story attached to it. It grants its owner's wishes, the story goes, but not in the way its owner intends, the story goes. Was that it? Heh, Oshino snorted with an unpleasant smile. It was the smile of someone with an awful personality. Or might I say, rotten to the core. I suppose it was a convenient urban interpretation for you, Ojo-san, or maybe a comforting one. It doesn't really matter. What's for sure, though, is that it's not a monkey's paw. Originally, it was mummified, right? And it gained life by melding with you? Then my guess is that it's a rainy devil. I blurted out when he spoke the name, but without allowing me a question or even a moment, Oshino pushed on. So, Araragi-kun, have you read Faust? Huh? Thank you for the reaction. I see that you haven't. In fact, it seems like you haven't even heard of it. But I'm not the least bit surprised. Not anymore. I've decided to get accustomed to these reactions of yours. What about you, Ojo-san? Ojo-san? Have you read Faust? Kabaru sounded surprised to be put on the spot, but replied, as if it were a spinal reflex. No, I'm not very well read, so I haven't, of course. I'm familiar with the plot and rough outline of the tale. I see. No, that's par for the course. Yep. Usually a high schooler would at least know that much. Uh-oh, how embarrassing, Araragi-kun. Don't make fun of him. He just happened not to know, that's all. To begin with, he's not someone you can fit into existing frameworks like reading. Suddenly incensed by Oshino's words, Kabaru would raise her voice to scold him. Puzzled by her unlikely reaction, he turned his eyes towards me for an explanation. I couldn't bring myself to meet them. Kabaru. I appreciate that it was getting mad on my behalf, Dots. I never imagined someone getting mad on your behalf would be so heartening. But yelling at Oshino there came too close to agreeing that I'm stupid, Dots. Kabaru, I said, could you please drop that routine for now? It's amusing, yeah. But if you pull that every time Oshino makes fun of me, we're never going to get anywhere, Dots. I see. Profound words befitting someone like you, who faces any person with an open heart. Honestly, I struggle to accept your wisdom as lacking in virtue, and as quick to spite as I am. But if you say so, I'll restrain myself and persevere. Kabaru nodded and bowed her head in a bow to Oshino. I'm sorry. She was a girl who could say sorry. Good girl. Dots. No, I don't mind, Oshino excused her, and it was amusing, but considering that one of your arms has turned out that way, you're a spirited Ojo-san. Something good happened to you? Well, in any case, Faust, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, was the leading author of the Storm and Stress, or Sturm und Drang, epoch, and his career crowning achievement was the drama Faust. It's about... Do you think you could tell him, Ojo-san? Whatever you know is fine. Sure. Kabaru looked at me hesitantly. She seemed almost unapologetic. Like when she gave me the outline of Jacob's the Monkey's Paw, Suruga Kabaru's personality was such that she couldn't instruct her elders about anything without feeling presumptuous. As Oshino-san said, it's Goet's masterpiece, and, well, to mention a simple characteristic, it's a story split into two parts. Urfaust and Faust, a fragment, led to Faust Part 1 and Faust Part 2. It's a massive accomplishment that took him over 60 years to complete. I can only bow to it. Goethe is also the famous for the sorrows of young Werther and elective affinities. But if we were to pick a single work he put his whole body and soul into, the unanimous answer would be Faust. The protagonist, Dr. Faust, sells his soul to a devil, Mephistopheles, in order to gain all knowledge, and that ought to do for an introduction. I won't go into details because I don't want to spoil it, but Part 1 is about his romance with the commoner Gretchen, while Part 2 depicts the establishment of an ideal nation. It's generally read as a sort of philosophy, or, I should say, a narrative about the pursuit of knowledge. I'm sure you're aware, but it even gave rise to the expression of Faustian impulse, which describes the drive, the intellectual desire to know and experience everything. Why in the world did this jock Kohai of mine think that her senior, who hadn't heard of Faust, knew of any Faustian impulse? Machino took it from there. The heart of the story is that he sells his soul to the devil. Dr. Faust tries to fulfill his namesake impulse by having his wish granted that way. Of course, if you want to learn what happens in the end, Araragi-kun, I recommend that you head to your nearest bookstore. But yeah, that's what it is. Well, Joel-san's explanation is what you'd consider common knowledge, so if you know that much, it makes my job easier. I'm impressed that she was able to give such an eloquent speech about it despite not having read the book. If there's anything I should add, it's a bit that surprisingly few people know about. You'd find it in any commentary about Goethe, of course, but people these days don't read the classics. I'm not talking about you, Ojo-san, but people think there's no reason to go through and actually read a famous story when they feel like they already have. So yes, you can't blame people for not knowing about, but the Faust story is based on a real person. What? Really? Kambudu not sounded surprised. As her Faust ignorant senpai, I didn't even know why that should be surprising. Johann Faust. It's said he lived during the Renaissance period. While I say he was real, there were different theories about that, but stories about him ended up turning into folklore. A wandering physician or magician who, yes, sells his soul to the devil Mephistopheles, and in exchange for all kinds of knowledge and experiences, promises to act as an enemy of Christians. For 24 years, he lives according to those Faustian impulses. And the moment the contract expires, he meets a sad end. Look it up yourself. You can find the details in Dr. Faustus. Huh. I didn't know. Habaru sounded impressed by Yoshino's trivia. Putting aside Faust, the story did have to do with folklore, his field of expertise, so this level of erudition was nothing new. But at this rate, was she going to start flattering him too? In fact, I didn't understand Kamadu's standards for that. It wasn't like she indiscriminately bombarded everyone she met with praise. I was convinced Goth had come up with the whole thing himself, she said, but he based the thing on local legends. Well, he arranged a lot of the story in his own way, so at the end of the day, it's the Goethe edition of Dr. Faust. It's similar to Dazai's Run, Melos, or Akutagawa's Rashomon. I know this one a little. The medieval folktale and Akutagawa's version feel pretty different, don't they? Same deal. The Faust legend has been turned into stories by lots of other people too. A famous instance would be the English author Marlowe. Do you know Marlowe? Not Raymond Chandler's Philip Marlowe. Christopher Marlowe. He's often spoken of a forerunner of Shakespeare, but he did write Dr. Faustus. Kind of interesting, it was Faust who was the doctor, Campbell noted, a bit of bashfulness sneaking into her voice. Huh, Oshino tilted his head in puzzlement, and I could tell that the reason for her bashfulness was lost on him. But, Oshino, I attempted to wade into their exchange, afraid that we were getting off track, though. I still didn't know much about Faust. So what? I don't mind that you're as frustratingly long-winded as ever, but I don't see how it has anything to do with Campbell's current predicament. I think we've gotten derailed and are skidding sideways. Yeah, the part where the devil grants wishes in exchange for your soul resembles the monkey's paw. But it's not like Convolu's arm is the arm of this Mephistopheles from Vash, right? It's as if it's not a monkey's paw, but the hand of the devil. Well, that's exactly it, Araragi-kun. You're on point today. Oshino pointed his finger at me pretentiously. The hand of the devil on Ojol-san there, on here, whose name starts with the character for God, seems to line up a little too perfectly. But it's not as bad as a crab monkey spat, or what happened with that lost girl the other day. It's just a plain old hint this time around. Mephistopheles isn't particularly terrifying as far as devils go. He's more of a vulgar one, low ranking, or maybe not part of the rankings at all, just a familiar. They would normally make it extremely difficult to identify its exact category, but a raincoat-wearing devil with a monkey arm narrows it down, of course. And if it merges with its owner, then it's a rainy devil. A rainy devil. It's not a monkey's paw, it's a devil's hand. Isn't this much simpler if you think of it that way? I mean, why would an ape grant human wishes without asking for anything in return? It said the monkey's paw grants them because an old Indian ascetic imbued it with mystical power. But you don't need any explanation or reputation if it's a devil. Of course it'll grant wishes. It gets a soul in return. Soul. What kind of devil wouldn't grant 3 wishes in exchange for a soul? Shino puffed, a laugh through his nose. He was in full mockery mode. Anyway, the monkey's paw is a right hand, not a left hand. Really? It's an item you hold with your right hand to use, so I assume that it's a right hand itself. But a devil's hand. It might not be a devil, taxonomically speaking, but I'm still surprised. You might not be shocked by much these days, Araragi-kun, since you already encountered a vampire. But it's incredible to come across such a devil in Japan. It's a notable find. Though, of course, there's no shortage of Japanese yokai that would grant wishes in that manner. I don't know what with with Lil Missy class president, Ojol San class president, Ojol class president San, Tsundere Chan, and Lost Girl Chan. This is one strange town. Seriously, how's it all going to end with someone summoning the ruler of all hell to this place? Ojol-san, you said your mother gave you that left hand, yes? Kanburu. Must be your father's surname. Do you know your mother's maiden name? In fact, it's a bit of an unusual name. Kanburu spoke slowly as if she were trying to remember. I think it was Gaien, Ga, as in the phrase hell or high water, and En as in smokescreen. Toe Gaien was her full maiden name. Huh. Oh, alright. And Toe must be written with the characters for far and the one for river, used in Yangtze, in Yangtze. The same way you'd write Totomi, the name of the old Japanese province. So that's where your name comes from. Nicely done. Of course, after she got married, she was Toe Kanburu. Why does that matter, though, Oshino-san? Why does it matter? Did you just ask me that? Oh no, it doesn't matter at all. I was trying to fill some time. It doesn't have anything to do with your situation, and who cares about that background stuff in this case? So, Araragi-kun, and you too, Ojol-san, now you know everything. Whether that hand is a monkey's paw or a devil's hand might not make a difference to you, but having come here to visit me, what's your plan going forward? What do you mean? You see, Araragi-kun, I am what you might call an expert in the field, as a semi-passable excuse for an authority in situations like these. I'm not opposed to helping out. You, Kanburu leaned forward. You'd save me? I'll do no such thing. I'll only help out. You're going to get saved, all on your own. Ojol-san, you've come to the wrong place if you're seeking salvation, and it wouldn't be my scene. But considering the situation, Araragi-kun, what should I do? Oshino asked in a mean-spirited tone, but then fell silent, as if he hadn't meant it rhetorically, and were really waiting on my answer. Why was that? What should he do? Wasn't it obvious? Hey, Oshino, I'm wondering how exactly I should help Araragi-kun. Should I help Ojol-san's second wish come true? Or should I help annul it? Should I help turn her left arm back to normal? All of the above? That might be a little too greedy, but what I can say is that none of the above is going to be simple. Well, if I said all of the above, would that come to pass? But there are 2 easy ways to solve this phenomenon for the time being, Oshino said. The first is for you to be killed one night by the monster in the raincoat, the rainy devil. That will turn Ojol-san's arm back to normal and probably grant her wish. The other is to take that beastly left arm that's turned into an aberration and to lop it off. But lop it off, I started fretting at Ashina's alarming proposal. Can you cut off just the part that belongs to this monkey or devil? Will her old arm grow back? It's not a lizard's tail, so it's not going to be that convenient. Still, an arm is a small price to pay to solve this whole situation, he said casually, but it was no joke. You get what you paid for, with the vengeance. Plus, it would be bad enough for anyone, but even worse for Kambaru if we did that. She'd never be able to play basketball again. Given how the sport had saved her and how it continued to sustain her, the proposal really didn't bear voicing, even if it came to mind. Kambaru spoke up. I don't think I could. You tried to kill another human being, all right. It would only be fair. Ashina tossed the harsh words at her when she immediately balked at the idea. He was merciless at such moments. He'd acted the same way with Hanekawa and Senjogatara. Then again, he said, Araragi-kun getting killed is nice and simple as far as solutions go. Hey, Yoshino, I take your point, but hold on. She tried to kill another human being. That's me you're talking about, right? But that's not what she wished for. She only wanted to be by Senjogatara's side. Only to be by her side? What a riot, Yoshino continued to me in his harsh tone. You're so kind, Araragi-kun. You're a good, kind person. What a good and kind person. Makes me sick, really. How many more people do you have to hurt with that kindness until you're satisfied? It was the same with little Shinobu, or with Shinobu-chan. Only to be by her side? Oh, okay. I'm feeling that a little bit more. Did you believe those Sakaran words just the way they came out of Ojol-san's mouth? You're saying that wasn't it? I asked Hoshino and glanced at Kanbaru. She was silent. Hey, Kanbaru. For example, Araragi-kun, you don't find it odd? The story of her first wish when she was in grade school. Why do you think the left hand didn't just make her faster and roughed people up instead? Well, that's because the monkey's paw grants its owner's wishes in but it's not a monkey's paw, Ashino declared. This was in exchange for his soul. The wish ought to be granted exactly as its mate. The rainy devil may be a low-level demon. It may have a nasty habit of rushing to violence, but a contract is a contract. A deal is a deal. If your wish is to be faster, that's normally what should happen. How does roughing up her classmates make her any faster? Doesn't that causality seem off? It's obvious that beating them up would only get her place in another group. Dots. I couldn't argue with him if he put it that way. Then why? Why did the monster in the raincoat go to her classmates and... Because she wanted to beat the shit out of them, of course. Unable to fit in at her new school, Joel-san was constantly being teased. She says it wasn't what you'd call bullying, but that's what bullied kids say. If you just had your parents die on you and you're persecuted at school on top of that, wanting revenge isn't weird at all. If anything, it'd be weird if she didn't want any. Company said, then fell silent. How had she wanted to explain herself? Why did she decide not to after all? What did she realize? Oshino went on. I'm sure it wasn't a conscious decision. I do think it was in the realm of the unconscious, okay? If it had been intentional, she'd know. I'm sure the way she saw it, she made a wish to become faster. On the face of it, yes, but not on the flip side. Behind her wish was a dark desire to get back at her classmates, to beat them up. That's what Ojo-san wished for, even if it was unconscious. Maybe he says Ojo-san. I'll say san. The devil saw through to that. Saw through that desire. It read what was on the flip side, but deep down, Joel-san must have known that. All right, it might have been unconscious, but those were her honest feelings all the same. But not wanting to accept that, she saw a different interpretation for the phenomena and arrived at the monkey's paw. Not the stuff about granting a wish, but defying the owner's will. That was the axial part, wasn't it? A psychological excuse that it wasn't her intention at all to attack her classmates? Well, that kind of thing is important. A psychological excuse. A question of interpretation. It's not just true for the monkey's paw. Most cases involving aberrations that grant wishes end horribly for the protagonist. And in that case, when Ojo-san looked back them up in grade school, she could easily have found a different one. She just happened to come across Jacobs's The Monkey's Paw. But what would you say? Have things turned out horribly for Ojo-san? Is she miserable because her wish came true? Araragi-kun? Would you say Ojo-san is truly miserable because those classmates who teased her were made to suffer? Isn't the normal response to that a quick and tidy serves them right? The normal response. But, Oshino, Araragi-kun, are you wondering what evidence I have to be so sure? Well, it's obvious if you actually listen to her story. Clear as day. That arm of hers. How was it in grade school again? Now that he mentioned it, the mummified hand that only went down to its wrist at the time. How was it then? I heard nothing about bandages, pointed out Oshino, and until she went to class the next day and found out those four were absent, she didn't notice that it had happened, right? If her left hand had turned out like that, she surely would have. What does that mean? You see, when her classmates got beaten up that night, her wish came true. The aberration merged with Ojo-san's left hand overnight without her realizing it, and likewise unattached overnight. It unattached with a bit of her soul equivalent to the wish, and grew from the left wrist into a forearm, I bet. Wait, Oshino, that would mean it made sense, but his argument suggested. Your initial thinking was on the mark, Araragi-kun. You'd actually arrived at the right answer for once. Didn't I tell you? You're on point today. There was no need to get tied up into knots. You just had to use your common sense to think it through. You're such a chump to believe your assailant's excuses. You'll never make it onto a jury, Araragi-kun. You stole away her idol for yourself. It's hardly bizarre if she felt murderously jealous. There's no way Ojo-san's own intention had no part in this. All of it was exactly her intention. Left hands don't have any. So said Oshino. That's the end of that section. And we're going to take another break. I would really, 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 really like to finish this tonight, but I'm starting to push it with my voice. So give me a little bit, but I might not come back to this. So if this is the end of Gatari for the night, then no, just give me a little bit and I'll decide. Alright, I've actually decided that I am done reading for the today. I look at that we're around 50 pages away from being done with this chapter. So I think I'll save it for next week. Because I've already read like 60 pages, I think. So, if you are if you somehow find yourself watching the video or listening to this or whatever I say, then thanks for watching and I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you for adding a minute to the timer, alligator. Okay. We're back to Factorio. Also, you are being added to the spreadsheet. Congratulations, alligator. You are now row 165. Wait, I didn't add Shinto's. Hold up. You are not row 165. Shinto added 15 hours. You have added a minute. Okay. 113 legendary tungsten ore. I looked at doing carbide, recycling carbide instead, but I just don't really understand if there's like actually a difference. You know what I mean? Because I get free tungsten carbide. Well, I get free carbide or carbon, right? Because it just comes from space. And then tungsten carbide is sulfuric acid, free. Take it from the ground here, right? Carbon, and 2 tungsten ore. So I can either recycle the ore or the carbide, but I don't really understand why I would do the carbide because it's made in an assembling machine 3, so there's no like product, built-in productivity to take advantage of like I do for the, plastic, which has an inherent, has a technology for it, or the foundries, which has an upgrade for it, or low-density structures, which has an upgrade for it. Like I can't turn this tungsten carbide into something that makes use of productivity in the way that we do for this recycling method. So, like, until someone smarter comes along and explains to me why I would... You can make something with the carbide and then recycle that. Sure, but there isn't really, like, a useful one, is the thing. Why is my blueprint gone? Okay, so like let's let me math it out, right? Well, with you, or at least logic it out, because it isn't. I'm not really doing any math, right? So let's say I make something with the tungsten carbide, right? I could make a big mining drill, which I have everything I need in order to make it. Just a straight up legendary big mining drill, which, to be honest, I should probably start doing that, right? What does it recycle into? %25 chance of additional product? Why? Oh, okay. It's talking about the range, I guess. I actually just haven't hovered over or noticed that before. Big miners are made in the foundry. So we do just get like 50% more of them. But now, I'm debating whether or not that's like worth it for me, mentally speaking, to do this. I guess you and I are talking about different things at the moment as well. Because you're talking about just doing this, I think, right? Just take my excess, right? And then recycle upscaling. Yes, I have basically hated the whole process that I'm doing. A 30-second craft time. See, I'm probably not going to make a... Okay, well, first of all, we have, like, a larger problem at the moment. Hey, could you fucking get some damn quality modules? What is going on here? You have quality modules. Okay. Lethal Lava Land. Where are you asking for them from? From the correct planet. You're stopped here. I don't have any legendary quality modules. Regular. There should be 124 in this network. Okay. Are my rocket silos functioning? Yep, they've got automatic requests on. Go to Lethal Lava Land. It's not actually a novice. It was trapped here. That was our problem. Right there. Is there a way for me to tell a ship not to partake in fulfilling an order? Like, is there a way for me to say, hey, Novice is asking for calcite, but you do not interact with that? For that ship specifically. Really? How? You can set a request for calcite from Novice for that. That will prevent it from dropping calcite. Well, yeah. But, like... Then won't Novice launch a rocket if it's below that number? Then I have to make sure that I always have that number in storage. You set the request to 0! We'll just add it onto here. No. Let's make a new one. Let me keep... How is the water situation here now? Also, how's the refined concrete going? I only need 7 electromagnetic plants. Some of these things I've started doing, like, in the 150th hour of this run, are actually so funny. Like, how long I wasn't using them. Like, the logistic groups. I don't even know why I'm worried about the asteroids here. I don't think I need this anymore, but just leave it on, just in case. You have a long-handed inserter? You do. Yippee. You don't need a filter. What you need. No, not that. Dropping like flies, bros. Alright, now finally, I should have some damn quality modules. Thank you. I'm not actually gonna make like a big array of these. I'm just gonna use one. I'm keeping it small scale. But I need this. Do I have a combinator on me? I do. Ah, yeah. Does this work? Seems like it does. Crazy video game. Then output that as, we'll say, red. No, we want less than or equal to 0. We always want these ingredients to be used first. Yeah. It won't do undergrounds the same way as pipes. And I don't need the arithmetic for this. Okay, well, that's actually gonna be annoying. Undo it real quick. Easier for me if I just do it this way. You really move it up one, bro? embarrassing. We'll set it to something really like. I wish that there was, there we go. Ah! Thank you. But at the same time, I'm still gonna do some of like my fishing for the legendary tungsten, just because like it's like another thing I can kind of do, right? I'm not gonna tear this down, right? It's a waste of tungsten, but I mean this is enough that I'm not super caught up about it. I'd rather get the legendary foundries like a little bit earlier. Well, I mean, I've said before that I care about wasting a bunch because, like, you know, I do that legwork of, like, acquiring that shit. So it bothers me because I'm like, I fucking hate placing. I hate. It's not that I hate trains, it's that I hate having to set up new trains. You know? It's time where I'm not designing the factory. Like, if we were allowed to have multiple space hubs, I would have a lot of iron be produced in space. Okay, hold up. I'm pretty sure if I copy... Yeah! Woo! That felt pretty fucking good. Except for the fact that... Actually, it's on the other side. Ah. What's in the way? Oh, yeah, that's fine. Yep, fuck it. Fuck that. Hello, Jensen. I guess part of the solution here to one of the things that I don't like about this that I have is make these all purple. Right? Because then it will just pool all of them into a provider chest that I put right here, and I say, hey, give me legendary big grills. Oh, okay. I have a main belt! There's just a little spaghetti here in the late game, okay? My shit is mostly bus. But for this quality stuff, I have like a laser focus for like, I want this quality of these couple of things, right? I'm not going to quality the whole game. And for most things, like, I'm not going to really try super hard to get, like, a legendary. I'm mostly just gonna be like, I'm making a thing, and if I upgrade its quality, that's cool. Right? Like my power armor shit. Right? I'm not like, I really need a legendary exoskeleton. I'm like, I'll put it down, and put quality modules in it, right? And what happens, happens. I know you're not hating, but I take offense at the claim that that I've got like a couple of things that aren't, you know, like the cookie cutter, and all of a sudden I'm not a main belt. This is like a little jank, but also like I literally just can't fathom needing, you know what, like a larger production of yeah. This is from a long time ago. Pay no mind to the quality tungsten. Like needing like, you know, a larger production of this. So it's just like a one and doneer, right? If I somehow end up using enough green belts, right, that I need to up that production, I think that I've lost the grace of God. But also, like, I'm being a little weird as well with regards to some of this, because I don't like quality. Who did this? I know why this happened. I know why this happened, okay? But, how was Daily Dotes? Who's gonna tell him? It hasn't happened yet. I know. It was more comical than anything. Chill. I will move that to a more sensible location, now that I'm here. The reason why that was where it was for the simple reason of, I wasn't on this planet when that was made. I did. That is correct. But also, the guy who makes the announcements is a moron, you know? I'm looking at this and I'm like, who made this? But you already know who the last user is as soon as you see an a perpendicular belt like this. You already knew who made it. You need 0.12 of these a second. You make 2.5. I should be fine. You may, okay, we're fine. Yeah, we're fine. You need 0.12 of these. 3 hours left? Oh, you mean for Daily Dota? Bro. Once Utsumi gets here, I think I'm going to start the first Nightmare Before Christmas. Though it does feel a little like cheating. Alright, that should back us up quite nicely. I'm just gonna do it so that she can watch at like a reasonable time. No, I believe that she's here today. Fulgora is definitely the planet that I care the most about waste now. Because I find Fulgora to be the most annoying to go back to. Well, besides he who shall not be named. What's going on with that? With my Aquilo ships and stuff, yeah. I'm not entirely sure why it fully functions now, but it does. So, hey, Thunder Plains, you're actually running out of power? Oh, you've got regular accumulators. Yeah, you're fine. I'm taking so long on this, Ajinsen, we can cut out, like, 3 or 4 hours. From the 100-hour time. Okay, yeah, alligator, but I don't need this one. I don't even need this one. I don't even need this one. I don't even need this one. I can't even put all the laser researches that I need in the queue. I think a Jensen calculated it's gonna take like 10,000 hours at my current rate to get the research that I need. Which is why we're bumping up to like the 1200 SPM or whatever we're going for. Well, at 1200 SPM... Wait, 12,000 SPM? We're putting a K on my SPM? $12,000 SPM is only 25 legendary foundries? Yes, alligator, but I need you to understand, I am I'm playing a game with the humble ice farmer, right? We're humble and, we're humble Factorio players. I know, but I thought it would be a bit larger for the rest of them. You know what I mean? I don't remember how much science that setup that you had was making. Yeah. Listen, we're fine with the easier numbers. I guess I don't need this one. Because Legendary will only ever recycle into Legendary, right? Wait, no. Because I want the tungsten carbide. The foundries are the goal here. Then do the same setup with foundries? Yeah, but foundries recipe is more annoying. You see that fourth ingredient? That shit ain't native, bro. Everything that you need for a big miner is native to this planet. Yeah, but then I gotta... Are you forgetting an ingredient? Unless there's another recipe that I have forgotten. There is not. It's the iron ore. That's annoying. Oh, fuck. Nah! I'm lazy. It would probably be way smarter for me to do. Especially because now that I know I can recycle a foundry, a legendary foundry, and receive legendary refined concrete, which I could then send to Fulgora, so that I could easily make my legendary electromagnetic plants. I mean, that's hardly the holdup with the electromagnetic plants. Let's be real. But let's pretend like it's the holdup for my sanity, right? Where are we getting the stone? Stone was supplied by this ship. The shit that, like, we just no longer do, huh? The vestiges of our old base design here. Before I was like, Chancer, let's just say fuck it. Is there actually just no stone here? Indeed, there is not. Why? Okay, you got what? Who did this? What are you motherfuckers doing? A singular slot opened up in a chest. Honestly, go ahead and make it like the blue chips can clog up the works. They're allowed. No, no. Undo that. I just don't want to connect it. Gears. Here. Thank you, Shintu. Wait a minute. Jensen, just so you know, it did not add Shintu's time just there. I'm also afraid, maybe it didn't add alligators as well, so I will be adding alligators. I don't know if it did, they only added a minute, so it's harder for me to notice. You did not get scammed. I just added it. I added both of them. They might have gotten anti-scammed because maybe they redeemed 2 fucking minutes for the price of 1 minute. Because I'm a benevolent god. Yes, sir! Okay, but also to be fair, like, you are getting crazy value because I do just refund them over half the time. You are not 0 for 3. That is... that's an insane take. I'm pretty sure you won one of the wheels. But even if you didn't, you definitely still got many of them back. There are flowers on this planet? Okay, maybe we should probably have less low-density structures. Ah. That is why. Thank you for adding 1 minute and 30 seconds to the timer, agents. We'll only take... We'll only start recycling once we have, like, 5 legendary big miners. Also, just to get the ball rolling a little bit more. There's probably still a fuck ton for me to fix on Fulgora, but, I hate the way that we did Fulgora, because I hate robots, right? I think on my solo, in quotation marks, run, after I manage to escape Gleba, I think I'll go back to Fulgora and do a full belt of it as well. No, I don't think I will. I like, you know, I've taken my brother's words to heart. I am a brocon, right? I love my Oni-chans, right? Alright, the first epic mining drill might be coming out. It won't be, it's gonna be rare, but we could dream. No epics. Okay, first of all, that was the 10th one, but don't... Why are you sweating the small stuff right now? That's not right. Is it? Not. Alright. What am I gonna do now? I think I should probably go play my game of Dota. I think I'm at a waiting phase. I should really scale this up. And it really wouldn't be difficult to do it. And yet, there are many parts of my body that are like, brother, you got other shit to do. You can just go play a game of Dota. And when you come back, you will still be waiting. But we can pretend like you won't. And I'm like, yo, you're so right. You're so right, bro. Well. Holy shit. Wait. You're supposed to go there. Woo!
早っ。
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Utsumi, my wonderful wife.
音聞こえないな。ちょっと待って。ハロ
Hello.
ー。あ、聞こえた聞こえた。今何してるの？
Gambling. Unlike the other times, there are many times where I lose in this gamble. But yeah, I do regret how we handled Fogora, for sure. Utsumi, I have a very annoying question for you.
何？
So, if you look here, I'm starting a chart for how the characters call the other characters.
これが何？
So, do you remember what honorific these characters use for the other characters?
No.
Okay. Then that is fine. The book that I am reading omits honorifics. Instead of calling everybody Ojol, oh shit, they must have patched since I started the game this morning. One moment, good sitting, and I will go and update. And I think that the honorifics especially matter in Gatari because I don't know. I think it gives you another peek into the characters, like largely so. It's like I see Araragi in like a different way now that I know he just doesn't use honorifics. I it won't download the update. Does Steam have a check for updates? I straight up just don't know how to tell Factorio to update. Steam doesn't even have it listed. Alright, let's fucking verify integrity of game files, I guess. Didn't take long. The game was like less than a gig or some shit. Alright, but can I download the update? I did! Yippee! That means that, a lot of my, two of my ships at Jinsen are now saving a whole, like, 15 kilowatts. Yeah! Yeah, it's me. I'm not up yet. Chill.
Because I get this notification yesterday.
Alright, it should be up now. Try now. And there you are. Jensen, how do you item entity tag? Do you know? Oh.
エレクトロマグネティックプラント
Hmm. Alright, I'm gonna go play a game of Dota. 'Cause I still haven't done that. Hmm. Oh, I'm aware. It's because I didn't have, I had, like, a rudimentary version of... I just need to remove, like, a couple, and it should just be fine. Gonna take it a bit. God damn. That's... There we go. No. We want it to be, like, something accordingly high. Maybe even, like, 1,300. You're absolutely right. My current is higher than that. I thought that I had added sufficiently more belts when I made this larger. Such that I needed to increase this number to like 1,000 or a bit more. I needed to pay a little bit more close attention to this because, I mean, the number was kind of like a ballpark, right? Rare time where we get to see, like, all of these, uncommon ones going. What do you mean? There's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, this could be reversed. I fixed it over here. Okay, but there's nothing, like, terrible about this. Chill the fuck out. This is way worse. This isn't stupid! It's less than optimal. But this is not stupid. You and I have different goals. You want a legendary factory. I want a grocery list. We are not the same. Like you are holding me to your goals, right? Is like another part of like the problem with what you're looking at this. But I'll also still maintain, this is not stupid. Stupid is way too far. Right? I'm not talking about you, but like they're also high-key implying that like this is suffering. Right? There's nothing wrong with it. You don't need to come and fix it. Now, with some of the fucking... with the, like, the arithmetic combinators, you're right. There is something wrong with it. It is broken. Right? When this backed up, it was broken. Right, but that was just because I was lazy and I was like, I'll never run into the situation where I need the second arithmetic combinator to set it to a high enough number, right? Because also before, I never reached the crushing level. I didn't really have the asteroid acquisition that I even conceived that we would be able to fill the belts with all uncommons. You need a belt balancer for that loop to allow half your crushes to work. You are wrong. You are wrong. Try again. And I'm not, this isn't me, like, lecturing you about, like, how to approach me or whatever. You're factually and objectively wrong.
What should
Whoop.
I put in my inventory?
You're getting closer, alligator. But you've contradicted yourself now. What should you do?
Go. Put my grid inventory.
What should you put in?
I'm sharing
What
my
do you...
screen.
Oh. I don't know, what do you want to put in there?
You said Sora is Gomi.
I meant on Aquilo, but... Like, Solar is not very good. That thing you have in the top left is way better.
I know, but what should I put?
That thing that you have in the top left. Cannot make it on that planet. Well, without bringing something from the other planet, but I recommend just going to the other planet if you want to do that. Anyway. So the reason why you're wrong is because I do not need a belt balancer for that loop to allow half the crushers to work. Because this will eventually balance out. I do not need it. The N-word. Right? And you contradicted yourself because you said most of the time. Right? If it is needed for it to work, and you say most of the time, you are admitting that it works some of the time, right? Which is part of my distinction with this whole thing, where I'm like, yes, this is not optimal. I don't really care for it to be. There's a reason why I put it on this outside loop. But I realize now the flawed thinking back then. The flawed thinking was, you know, before I did so much on this side of the belt. Right? But, also, this should still just work. It'll just do it pretty poorly. But I do not need to. I should. And I might. Right? But embracing the thing that I'm telling you will ease your suffering of watching me play. I am a little surprised at how long it has relatively taken for this to start happening, though. Like, I really thought that, this belt would have emptied a bit faster. Oh. That's why. Oh wait, no, I want this to be a higher number, bro. Higher. And, to go even further, really what I should be doing is I should be segregating the rarities anyway. I should have a section for all the commons, I should have a section for the uncommons, I should have a section for rares, a section for the epics, and then finally a section for the legendaries. Right? Should also be productivity moduling these. I don't care. However, I don't know. I just don't really know if I care enough to really up the rates and shit. Well, first of all, that's not true. There's a 20% loss. When you reprocess. Unless I'm mistaken. I could be wrong on this, but the way I interpret this working is that it takes in 1, you have a 40% chance to get a carbon, you have a 20% chance to get metal, you have a 20% to get oxide, and then 20% to get nothing. Okay. I'm just making sure. Wait, are you saying that 1 asteroid can become 2? Or even 3? Oh! Okay, well then... How many belts is this? 144 times... What is it? Times 8. 144 times 8. 1,152. $7.5? Huh? Huh? I think there's not always 8 items on a single belt. Well, I need to... I also... I don't know what was going on with me, what fugue state I was in right now, but I was reading this backwards. That's why it wasn't fucking emptying, because I was still putting shit on. Right? I was putting shit on at full belt. Alright, it should rapidly decrease now, right? Like, we should start seeing a lot more spaces in here. Also, I'm gonna make another change that I made on the other ship. And I think that'll end up working better. Also, like, another big thing that, like, you know, would definitely make this, like, more optimal is instead of fucking converting to the carbonic-ass legendary, just take any legendaries that come out of this and, well, besides ice, I guess, because we don't really care about legendary ice and we don't care about legendary calcite. I don't think. Yeah, we don't care about legendary calcite, and then, you know, like, what's stopping me from crushing legendary iron ore here? Like, fucking nothing, right? But, you know, a single-purpose machine has its values, right? Oh my god, you're so right. The only ingredient there is calcite, huh? Are we making Gamba 3? I don't think I've got it in me to make a Gamba 3. So, in reality, what I should do is I should just do that thing I just talked about, where I was, like, split off the legendary you know, oxide ones, and probably just yeet the water. Grrr! Grrr! Here's the problem. Gonna fuck with my signal. Do I have power poles up here? Do I have a radar up here? What's another way for me to transmit a signal, like, long distance? Listen, that's for space science. Am I really worried about legendary space science? Is that how fucking devoid of soul I've become. Cryoscience 2 for Aquilo? Okay, but I'm not I'm not transporting legendary ice to Aquilo. To be honest, 100% honest with you, cryogenic science is not a concern. Because we don't need it for laser weapons. These are the science packs we mostly care about. And also Gleba a bit, because it, you know, gambling and all that. Now, I do love the rocket part shit, right? But honestly, something I kind of hate about the rocket part productivity is it does feel like it's a little bit too late. I wish that there had been a science. I wish that rocket part productivity had been a science that just needed all 3 of the inner planets. Know what I mean? Because, like, at this point in the game, I'm like, bitch, I don't give a fuck about rocket part productivity nearly as much. The amount of, like, interplanet logistics that I'm doing, I think, has drastically slowed down. And I know, you know, there's not, like, another planet for me to go to, right? And I'm not saying that it's 0. I'm not saying that the rocket part productivity is useless to me now. But it would have been, like, really cool to have it to come to here. And it especially, I think, would have been really cool after doing your 3rd inner planet, right? Because then, I feel like it kind of incentivizes you to get that situation at like a better level. Aquilo, I think, does it, right? In the current game state, Aquilo, it does kind of say, like, hey, you should probably have, like, at least a degree of, like, the inner planets able to kind of, you know, work. But, honestly, probably still not as much as I would like. I think Aquilo... I really like Aquilo. Aquilo is maybe my 2nd favorite planet. Like, at present, I would probably say it's Volcanus. I really like Volcanus. I think Volcanus is a cool planet. Especially for someone like me, who hates placing down drills, right? I also... I'm not counting Novice, because... I don't know, what are we doing if we include Novice? Novice is number 1, because... whatever, I guess. Right? Then it's probably Aquilo. I think Aquilo is really cool. The only thing I really don't like about Aquilo is, like... I think it's a lot easier to soft lock on it. Right? And I'm not a huge fan of that. Right? Like, if Chancer had been playing solo, right? Chancer would have had to, like, reload a save. And again, the game normally has that system where it starts an autosave when you start the trip. But we did not get in a first trip to Aquilo autosave. So I don't particularly know, like, what was going on there? No, because I checked when you and I did our test play, and I didn't get one. I think it's multiplayer. I think in multiplayer, maybe. But also, doesn't the game warn you in the planet briefing? Okay. Read this. Right? I'll read it. Planet Aquilo is a freezing wasteland with ammonical oceans. It is the most distant planet where the usage of solar panels is practically impossible. Logistic robot and construction robots are much weaker here. The only familiar resource is crude oil, so the base will be dependent on planetary logistics. The player could end up stranded without enough support from other planets. Without enough support from other planets. The surface is quite small and needs to be expanded. Oceans can be landfilled by ice platforms to be walkable. Concrete is used as foundation for buildings and protects the ice from melting. Entities need to be heated to operate using a heating tower and heat pipe. The part that comes as a big surprise is like a ship that sits over atop Aquilo. Like, Aquilo, I think, is way more dangerous to idle on, right? Which is why I think it's easier to become, like, stranded. In the way that I'm talking. When they say stranded there, they're talking about, like, a different type of stranded. I could see many other people not making rocket turrets and getting here via, like, bullets, though, right? It's not impossible to get here with bullets, is it? You might struggle. I don't think that you should, you know... again, I'm not defending the people who do lasers only. Or solar and lasers only, right? I have done something weird and stupid. I'm not talking about us. Right? Big asteroids are practically immune to bullets. Oh my god. I think I still stand by my point, though. Yeah, considerably more. Where are all these legendary solar panels going? Or am I actually just not producing these, like, at all? By the way, do you have another arithmetic? Yeah, let's... A clear all connections button would go crazy in the game. Agree or disagree, gamers? Like, definitely, if they're a sick quality of life, especially for, you know, like an absolute novice, again, I'm not saying that I'm amazing, right? To the, circuitry shit, a huge change that they could make is cleaning up some of the visual representation. Some of the visual representation of circuits. And by that I just mean like just highlighting like the wires a little bit better, like when you hover over this shit, or something like that, because it gets like real hard, real fast. Have I tried shift clicking? Maybe it's control click? Control shift click? Without anything in hand. No. No. It's a fair question. Listen, even with hundreds of hours of Factorio, there's still plenty of things to be learning. My brothers were talking about parameterizing their train stations, which was added, you know, in that break of time where I stopped playing the game. Right? And so I haven't engaged with it at all. I've seen the button and not really known, like, what it does, right? No, I thought it was added a little bit before. Maybe not parameterizing. Oh, I'm getting it mixed up, sorry. Because, they were talking about train stations and using generic names, right? So, I am still a pleb, right, who uses discrete names, right? But that's because every time I've tried to use generic names, I haven't been able to get it to work. I think in my solo run, I'll probably fuck with it some more and try to get it to work. I just try not to cause. I know that this is very funny given the laser and solar situation in space, right? I try not to cause too much friction. You know what I mean? Like when we play. I don't want to like halt progression, right, for Chancellor and Utsumi. Because like I need to go figure something out. With the exception of the laser and the solar. But also, to be fair, I do most of that, like a lot of the legwork for those problems, alone. Listen, you can type all these dots, but I'm fucking truth posting over here. Like, even with respect to the laser situation, right? I do a fair bit of work so that, like, my weird shit that I do doesn't, you know, dramatically impact them. I mean, Chancer's not going to want to play Factorial. I'll just say, we're not going to play Factorial, we're going to play something else. Which is not at all what, like, the same thing that I'm saying. Right? That's not time where he's in Factorio doing nothing, right? That's time where we're in Factorio and... Well, we're not in Factorio, we're doing something else. We'll just play, like, Isaac or something. It's not the same thing. Right? Really? Okay. At least a lot extra. Does that make sense? Why I consider them different? I'm wasting a ton of time doing all this shit. I'm not saying that, but I'm not wasting Chancer's time. Not even wasting Utsumi's time either. I definitely did add some friction with some of the achievement stuff that I had us do. But also, like, it wasn't enough for me to be like, oh man, I've, like, really ruined things. Especially since, like, we failed some of them, and I was just like, I mean, that sucks, but... Also, Utsumi, we should stream together. You should... Knock, knock. So you can get your cat.
No push that.
I did. I accepted.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I'm in the off lane, so you already know I'm picking AA. Been 1,000 commands, holy. Hello.
Prepare for battle.
Brother, I got a wife. I'm not saying that doesn't mean I'm gay, but... You're a alligator. I have no clue who you are, so... Nope. Either way.
30 seconds to battle. This ain't no snowball fight.
何したらいい
What am I doing? I'm playing Dota.
Me.
Oh.
What do you want me to do? You want the good fortune wife do gacha?
Radiant's courier has been killed.
You want to see beyond the phantom veil.
まあいいや。トイレ。
I kind of wanted you to set up the electromagnetic plants to maybe get legendaries of them, but my bad. I should have been there. I just didn't think you were gonna do that much damage.
Sorry, friends.
どこでやるのバルカヌス
Dyer's courier has been killed.
Electromagnetic plants have to be made on Fulgora.
これご覧ね。エレクトロマグネティックプランツ。エレクトロ。
If you click on the thing that I typed in the game, then it will just show you everything.
これか。はいはいはいはい。じゃあ、それぐらい言っとけばいいな。
Double kill. Radiant structures are fortified. kill. Your top tower is under attack.
Launching it here. I'm ulting here again. Whiffed it, sorry.
Your middle tower is under attack. Ooh, dire killing spree. Killed. Those things aren't cheap, you know.
Fuck, it's not gonna kill him.
your middle tower fall? Your middle tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. You really should look at your bottom tower.
Don't type it.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. This is not cool.
Its finest.
Don't let your middle tower fall. Why is this happening? Your bottom tower is under attack. Killing spree. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Obsolete seal death's cold embrace.
so fortified. The enemy's middle tower didn't know what hit it.
As you say. All for the dead.
Focus.
You really should look at your bottom tower.
God, bro.
Mega kill! There's really no reason to jump. Unstoppable! Double kill! Oh no! The enemy's bottom tower is down. The enemy's top tower had to go. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Killing spree.
Holding here.
Double kill.
Uses an exquisite toxin. You didn't have trust in your life.
Double kill. attack. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. I knew you could do it. Your middle tower was just denied. Stone cold, but necessary.
As you will. The spirit moves me.
I'm ulting here.
Double kill. Double kill. The enemy's top tower just shattered into little pieces. Dire's courier has been killed.
The spirit moves me. Frozen fast. Rest haunted by as you require. Cause disturbed.
Monster kill! Let's talk about your top tower. Your top tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Killing spree. Has fallen to the dire. Radiant fortified with structures. The enemy's top tower has fallen. Mega kill. There go the enemy's top barracks.
We have revenge time. Death at my hands is an honor.
Enemy's top barracks drop like some stupid hot thing. kill. Look at that. Radiant's courier just got killed.
There are two heroes there. I am doing that. Mana cost. I don't need any more points in it. 3 and 4 I think are not amazing. They're delayable.
Let's talk about your top tower.
Like, I'll be taking points in it now, just because I don't think I need the stats beyond this point.
The enemy's middle tower won't be making any more appearances. The enemy's middle barracks are no more! Radiant have fortified their structures. The enemy's bottom tower is gone. You did the right thing. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Interesting.
middle tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks have fallen. Dire wins! We did it!
I'm honestly kind of amazed I don't get an honorable mention there. Like, this is pretty bonkers, man. I'm not spiting him for maxing it first. I do just still highly question it. I don't know, man. I feel like Chilling Touch plus Cold Feet just, like, wins your lane. I think that one of the most important things that you do with every skill point, like in your lane, is just like, how do you maximize damage? Because I think damage is just so strong right now, like in the lane. Just like shitting out some damage, getting them either low health or dead, right to the point where like they're kind of scared into passivity. It's lane dominance all over again. It was a weird game of Dota. I wasn't super confident in the Radiance, but it worked out. I think it's really scary to go Radiance against PA because I feel like if you fall behind like a little bit, like she gets her Deso, and then all of a sudden like you stop being a hero before you can get your eggs. And even if like if you go like Radiance, you know, boots, Radiance, eggs. I mean, you don't really do anything to her except disarm her, right? It just doesn't really feel. It feels like it puts you behind the ball. You're like you're a dude that just deals with PA at that point, right? And like that's cool, that's sick, right? But This is gonna be very, very annoying, huh? I guess it's just actually equally as annoying. Good enough for me. What a video game, man. That's an iron, that's iron. What I need is this. This sweet juice. Did it just not go through? Give me an arithmetic combinator, please. I actually don't need it. Foundry. Foundry.
これ cannot take だね。I don't know why.
Because it's full. There's no room. It's fine. Nope, nope, please. It's fine. Any?
Because Suruga doesn't have Ore. Iron Ore Legendary.
Demo, I'm not ready to maybe start sending you legendary ore. Not because I don't get enough. Here even.
Can I fill ocean with concrete?
Nope. We have to do super research for that, and we can't make the thing that you need. If you look at technology, press T.
Mm.
And then on the up, it's up, left. Your mouse, right. That one. If you wanna, you can see what you would need to make it, and I just seem this kind of loser. But trust me, I very much want it for Folgora. But that's kind of after we beat the game thing, I think. Doki doki. Alright, it's time to do this. I need more storage for this shit, but it's honestly just like fine. Like, who gives a shit? There's nothing to parameterize. Maybe that means... Oh, shit! I think I know what that means now. Maybe that means, like, for... Hold on, okay, let's get through this right now. Because we do need more power on Novice. What did a Jinsen, what is the calculator or whatever say that we need? He didn't give me that number. I think I need 2.4 gigawatts. No, I think he was like 1.2, but that means I need 2.4 so that I can supply the accumulators. Damn, was it that good? Brother was like, I gotta know the lore behind my sick cards. Wow. If that shit took less money, I might be able to get into that, but... Yo, he was that excited for Alvito? Are there any, like, huge deep cuts on the cards? Shit that only the ultra fans will know? Mm-hmm.
ペルゴラはコールない。Cannot make high quality plastic.
let me... It's gonna be a while before I can give you that, it's because if you look here, like, I don't really have extra. I guess I could... Okay, I can maybe give it to you a lot sooner. I didn't realize how much I was storing over here. But I really want to see this line full of plastic. Which I used to have for Epic. But Legendary, you know, obviously, I'm getting less, right? And by the way, I think the way that we want to make quality of the Fulgora stuff is I think that you want to make super capacitors and then recycle them. Do you want me to explain to you kind of some of the reason that we do some of the stuff?
今じゃない。
So I posted in Rudy's chat, and no, not Rudy, Soru-chan, and she's streaming with someone else from Minecraft, right?
Nani post したの?
And so Soru-chan started explaining who I am, and they said, "Oh, I know. He's the guy who loves little sisters." And I can't tell you how happy that just made me. Yes, Sutsumi. Oh. He's that guy who's into incest? You're? But it's not just incest. It's so close, gamers. Probably. Man, the people love Dragon Quest, man. I wish I knew what people saw on it. It's in me! It's in me! It's in me!
できてるじゃん。
We got one! I'd want to try them. I don't know. When I look at them, they make me feel like a little dead inside. How come? I don't know. I know that this is like insane, but they feel a little. When I look at Dragon Quest, I'm like, that game has no soul. Whoa! Utsumi! おめでと
ガチャワイフ。
う。何？
ガチャワイフ。
うんうん。パチパチパチパチパチ。Do you know what that chance is?
No.
It's like, I think 0.1%? Maybe it's 1%? Oh, Utsumi! Tomorrow should be the repo update.
Yeah. Tomorrow is my birthday.
Demo only guy, can you put the best quality things in the quality makers?
これこれこれ
Send it here instead of this stuff. Because if we get more, high quality makers, well, you understand?
いや、わかるけど、そんな数ないよ。
Also, Utsumi, ちょっと待って。Can you make one of these?
まあ、いや、違う作業やってるから。ライトニングコーラーが
Yeah. And then just put it like right here. Oh! Kitsumi, look at my stream.
うん。
You notice anything special?
あ、ナイトメアビフォークリスマス。
Yeah! Ajinsa didn't tell me he was gonna do that. Also, so, you know, I'm reading Bakemonogatari, right? Kanmuru is like a lot smarter in the book. Ugh. Ah. Where am I getting water? Are we just melting ice? Water. Semi. Still no legendary module. How's it going?
なんで
どうしたの？
どうもしてない。
Timmy, can you put dolls in here?
トピック入れるなって自分が言ったんじゃん。
Thank you.
レジェンダリーカッパ。
It's me! It's so fucked up that you got yours before I got mine. It's actually not that fucked up. Like, I think yours is more likely to happen because you have higher quality stuff. But
Epic Recycler. That means this one
I
goes to...
don't care so much, Epic Recycler, but up to you. Still only 3. Ah, there we go.
コンクリートがない。
Did you say something good to me?
ノーコンクリートだね。
Yeah, you just need more
Because
scrap for
there
that.
is
Honey.
no iron ore, so need to hear scrap, I guess. But this place's scrap is empty.
And all of our scrap stuff is over here now. How's it going?
うん、まあいいんじゃない？
just gonna fail. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. So close.
2 legendary.
Alright, that's like 2 out of 7 that we need.
What about legendary put here?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You should definitely do that. I think it's so fast that this one can't keep up. Which is really funny, because the crafting recipe. Wow, that is fucking crazy. Wait, did you get it from this? Oh my god, Utsumi. Utsumi. That's fucked up. Oh. You had a 2% chance to get that. And you got it twice. That's fucking crazy.
Apple blue chip? Taken back immediately? I don't know where it went.
It's fucking gone.
It might be here.
It's gone. If you're ever looking for an item, Itsumi, press L, Control F, and like type it in. But if you don't know what it's called, just type in legendary. If you're looking for the quality, it'll show you everything legendary on the planet. Oh, in the system. I've been doing this whole time, Utsumi. I have 5 legendaries. 5. I need many hundred. my god! Okay. Okay, well, I guess tomorrow I'm going to remake this. I I was resistant to making some of these things because I thought that it worked differently. I didn't think that I could just so easily split based on the thing. I will gladly do this then. I thought I was gonna have to like figure out a lot more with the splitters than I do, but that's really like not that hard. It's just gonna take like, you know, a fuck ton more quality modules and stuff. That's like not a big deal. Sumi, I can't find a fucking furnace on this fucking planet. There you are. There you are. There's no point in hiding. Ah. Mitsumi, you can't use speed and quality at the same time. Because speed minus its quality. Eh? Eh? して。I don't know why, but yes. I just have no idea why that ship took damage. So many. Dang. Oh, oh. This is good. Itsumi, so I have 4 legendary drills, but I can't find the 4th drill. Oh, I found it. Ah, fuck your soul. I didn't change it. It feels fucked up that I just did that. Yeah. He didn't even tell me. It's gonna make three of the 25 legendary foundries. Or yikes, bro. Man, it's upsetting that you give me. Just delete them. Just flush them, bro. You lived? Man, I'm very surprised at how little legendary stone we received from all this. I'm gonna be real. Instead, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna send it to the damn bots. The bots are gonna send it here. And then if anything manages, there's no shot. If anything useful manages to leave this godforsaken place. No. Just flush it, bro. Who gives a shit? Like this is not worth the logistic robot work that you're giving them. Let the robots rest, bro. How's it going?
I don't know. I start confusing. Toilet. Yeah, I think I'm gonna start making food.
There we go. Sick to see this process going. Should really be doing this. That's how I generate more steel. What's the time estimate on this? 4 hours for like not and more than 10% more steel. It's hard to do. But this whole process should go like a lot faster now. Because I'm not sending half my carbon down here anymore. I'm sure I'll find a use for that later. In the meantime, enjoy this view of gambling while I go get food ready. We're starting to get it ready. I have returned. I see that the line of plastic has ended. Okay. That should go crazy, by the way. We should do the same thing here. So that all commons go on the outside of the belt. So they stay out of the way of these uncommons. No, just never. Don't do that. Do not recycle a legendary foundry. That's like our whole fucking goal right now, bro. Oh, tomorrow I'll improve some of these processes. Here, back. A lot of rockets being launched. What? Who is asking? Utsumi, why are you asking for so much? Oh.